Good morning to you, sporting fans, and welcome down here to Dansville venue in Mississauga, Ontario. First match in the bilateral series, limited over, of course, between Canada and Australia. Canada winning the toss and decided to bowl, and Australia they are 17 for 1 in over number 4 being bowled by Canada. And Edwin Jayawada in operation. So 4 overs have been completed, 17 for the loss of 1 wicket. Peter Jensen and Peter O'Reilly at the crease for Australia at the completion of over number 4. Not a totally good day for cricket. Some dark clouds are hovering across here at the Dansville venue in Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. It's going to be change in bowling. Well, Stanley had 2 overs. Started operation here for Canada as 17 for the loss of 1 wicket. Australia taking first strike at the invitation of Canada. So it's the first match in this 3-match bilateral series. 45 overs per side, and the action will continue right here on Thursday. Of course, they had a practice match yesterday, but today the first match in this 3-match one-day series at Denville. So we're going to have a change in bowling for Canada as Australia 17 for the loss of 1 wicket. And this is a ball nicely played out toward extra cover. Exquisite timing. And it raced across this lightning fast outfield for 4. Good looking shot. On the front foot he goes, Peter Jensen. And just finding the gap to perfection and picking up 4 runs. 21 for the loss of 1 wicket. Australia batting first against Canada at Denville's Park in Mississauga, Ontario. A little bit drizzle. Of course, looking very threatening here with the weather. And this is another short ball there. And Jensen on the back for this time. Put it through mid-wicket. Picked up 4 more runs. So they're going along nicely here despite losing an early wicket. 27 for the loss of 1 wicket. Australia batting against Canada. So it's new bowler for Canada, Allen. He's in operation over number 5. And we started to experience this drizzle at the moment. Forecast for a thunderstorm southwest of Toronto. Well, somewhere in that region here at the moment. And this is another short ball. Luckily, didn't punish there by the batsman. Peter O'Reilly, in fact, is the man with those 2 wonderful 4s. So attacking field for him. A slip and a gully, backward point, cover, extra cover. Mid-on, short mid-wicket. Backward or square. And the man facing grazing the boundary. And that's a wayward one from Alan de Souza in operation number 5 for Canada, who won the toss and opted to bowl first against Australia. So welcome to the first match under the auspices of Cricket Canada Master Council. And again, sensible batting here from Peter O'Reilly. And in fact, we got 2 Peters at the crease. Peter Jensen. They would have lost their 4th wicket at the score with 10 over number 6 in progress here at Dansville Park in Mississauga. And after the conclusion of this bilateral series, we'll have the 4-nation tournament among Australia, Canada, England and USA. That is set to commence August 24th to 25th. This one will go until 18th because they're going to have matches here at Dansville Avenue and at Niagara Falls. So the rain a bit here now with us. Hopefully he can stay away. 27 for the loss of one. Australia batting against Canada. 6 overs have been completed at the Danville's Park in Mississauga, Ontario. First match of the bilateral series between these two teams. Canada. We take a break and we come back short. Yes, welcome back here to Dansville. Sorry for the interruption there. Just a little bit more preparation for this first one day. And Australia moving along nicely at 34 for the loss of one. And another well play there from Peter Jensen. So these two started to repair the damage already in partnership of 28 runs after an early wicket. Over number 7 in progress, 38 for the loss of one wicket. So good day for cricket here. Good morning to you wherever you're picking up the broadcast. My name is Ravendra Bandalal. And Australia and Canada started this 3-match one-day bilateral series, 45 overs per side. And the action will continue on Thursday right here before the two teams head to Niagara Falls to conclude things. So the rain having some slight drizzle at the moment based on the forecast might interrupt things, but hopefully and things can change up. 7 overs completed and Australia 38 for the loss of one. Peter Jensen and Peter O'Reilly. 8 overs have been completed. 46 for 1. Stanley to continue from the southern side of the ground. Tumbling save there. Yes, there is always a sense of athleticism in the field, even though these guys are veterans. Over 60 action in the middle. And Australia, they're coasting along nicely here despite the early wobble. Still, we haven't seen the sunshine from the commencement of Ting. Over number 9 in progress being bowled by Stanley Paul. But Peter Jensen for Australia, Peter O'Reilly, he's got 22. Jensen also playing a supportive role. And these two, no doubt, will like to carry on. And according to the projected score, 275 from 45 overs. Might be quite competitive. Better delivery right on target. Loud appeal goes up. Probably some bat on the ball. And that one deflected out toward backward of square. You get easy singles. Yes, so bat made connection with ball there. So good bowling nevertheless there from Paul. Right in the arc of the batsman. Make him play. So this is good bowling. Intelligent stuff here from Stanley Paul. Right arm fast bowler in operation. From the southern side of the ground, western side of the ground, here at Dansville in Mississauga, Ontario. And again, right on target. Beautifully bowled there by Stanley Paul. He would have started proceedings, and still in over number 9. In the company with Jayawardena. Right arm seamer as well, so Canada started things with the quickies, we can say. Lots of breeze. Down the leg side. And again, maybe Paul testing him. Really? And the over number 9, Australia, 48 for the loss of 1. So steady stuff here from Australia. They've been asked to take first strike against Canada in the first match here at Dansville Park in Mississauga, Ontario in this bilateral series. Limited over version as well. 45 overs. Canada winning the toss and opted to bowl. Probably with the windy condition, a little bit moisture on the pitch. And hopefully they would have started off proceedings in a more emphatic fashion. Yes, they got 1 wicket. But since these two, Peter O'Reilly and Peter Jensen, linked up, already engaged in a 37-run partnership for the 2nd wicket. So no doubt Canada will be looking for more success. But these two right-handers, they've looked very, very impressive. They've looked solid, picking up the odd boundaries. They've been defiant. Yes, they want to just get things with the right momentum to start off this 3-match one-day series against the Australians. And then they will head down to the 4-team tournament as well, including USA and England scheduled to arrive in the country, and things are set to get cracking on August 24th. Australia, England, USA and Canada. And again, the Jensen just playing very patiently at times. And against this slower bowler. Yes, this is good stuff. Good cricket. Very competitive indeed with the introduction of spinner. So very breezy condition here at Dansville Park in Mississauga, Ontario. Good morning to you, where we're picking up the broadcast. Well, it's evening in Australia. And we don't have a bright sunny day as yet. Some dark clouds hanging over our head. Not too much threatening at the moment. So good start here by a new bowler. And Canada's boys, the Canadians, looking to peg back things. Looking for more success. Yes, this is good, steady stuff here from Krishna Ramnaresh. Over completed. 48 for 1. Australia batting force against Canada. In this bilateral 3-match one-day series. The first one, of course, 48 for 1. Peter O'Reilly and Peter Jensen. So Stanley Paul will continue from the forehand of the ground. And before they said 3 overs for 16 runs, quite economical. Hasn't picked up the wicket as yet. But he showed good rhythm, good momentum with the ball. And he's bowled. And Jensen looking to probably chop that one towards the third man region. Inside edge and ricochet onto his middle stump. So Stanley picked up one more success here for Canada. 48 for 2. Over number 9 just commenced there by the seamer. And Jensen trying a little bit too hard there. Didn't make full connection. And the stump has been disturbed there. So Australia losing their second wicket. 48 for the loss of 2 against Canada in this first match of the 3-match limited over series. 45 overs, of course. And the projected score now, after they have been slowed up a little there. At one period they were aggressive. 48 for 2. And the new batsman for Australia, Peter Butteridge. So he's got the foundation, we can say. 48 for 2 over number 11. The way Peter really and Jensen were going, looking like the track has been very responsive. So Stanley with 2 slips, a gully, backward point, cover, extra cover mid-on, short with the wicket. And a man brazing the square leg fence. Quite attacking. And he has been very impressive with the ball. First delivery, slapped away, through extra cover for 4. Impressive shot from him there. Dudridge, and he opened his account with an excellent cover drive. Just came on the back foot a little bit too short there from Stanley Paul. And he was given the full treatment. Wrist across this lightning fast outfield here at Dansville. Beautiful outfield. And nicely tucked off the front foot. Pick up an easy single there. Dudridge, Peter Dudridge. We had Peter O'Reilly. And we had Peter Jensen just departed. Peter O'Reilly is still there. He's looked really confident and playing with some sort of aggression as well. But he's got a new partner. Showing a lot of inclination to go on the front foot. Peter O'Reilly. And he added another single to his total. He's gone up to 24, 53 for 2. And Stanley Paul with 1 for 21 from 3.4. We started to see the sun peeking out here at Dansville. Better delivery. Good comeback there from Stanley Paul. Right on target, he has been steady. He has been penetrative with his line and length, despite occasionally being tucked away for 4s. Yeah, that's a lifting one. Encouragement there for the fast bowler. Stanley. Nicely bowled. Get that one to lift. And making the batsman think there. End of over number 11. 54 for 2. Australia batting against Canada in this first match. Under the auspices of Cricket Canada Master Council. And these two nations will be competing in 3 matches, 45 overs per side. And we have the opening encounter here at Dansville in Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. Australia taking first strike at the invitation of Canada. And they've progressed to 54 for 2. Peter O'Reilly started to bat with more confidence. Good application so far. He's got 24 with 3 4s. And he was just joined by Peter Duderich. Krishna Ramnaresh to continue. The off spinner only conceded 1 run in the first over. Making an impression already with the ball in terms of his economy rate. And his field placement has also been very, very attacking against the Australians. He's got 2 slip, 1 first and a third one we can say. Extra cover point. Mid off, mid on. Right on target there to the new batsman. Duderich. Peter Duderich. 55 for 2, over number 12 in progress. And the sun started to come out. Hopefully we can have more brilliant sunshine as the day progresses. Single there for Duderich. Another 1 to the total. And Ramnaresh. Krishna Ramnaresh maintaining that accurate line and length outside the off stump. And again, another demonstration of his accuracy. This is steady stuff. This is excellent bowling here from Krishna Ramnaresh. In his second over, took over from where the seamers would have left off. Making the batsman, is lowering them on the front foot. Outside the line of the off stump, fractionally on the line of the off stump, on the line of the middle stump. Real terrific bowling so far here from Krishna Ramnaresh. On this occasion, strained down the leg. And O'Reilly just torn it off to get a single. 12 completed. And Australia batting force against Canada, 56 for the loss of 2. Stanley to continue. He's been good with his line and length. He's got a wicket. So he's got motivation here for Canada. Up against Australia. And this one pulled straight to the man at mid wicket. In fact, diving to his right. Almost taking a stunner there. But the man from deep backward square had to come around to his left. Could not have prevented the second run. But it went up in the air. He was living in danger there, Peter. Coming forward, a better delivery from Paul. So he's playing with a great amount of dynamism here at Dansville Park in Mississauga, Ontario. The first match of the bilateral series between Canada and Australia. (59-13). I know what you're talking about. I didn't bring it. It was there. I know. I left right somewhere around there. Okay. I didn't bring it. Yet. Good day for cricket. His son, not in all his glory, but started to be better condition now for cricket. And this one nicely played out toward backward point. Good looking shot there from Peter O'Reilly. Into the boundary it goes. He came on the back foot. And again finding that backward point region to precision. Picked up 4 more. End of over number 13. And Australia been asked to take first strike against Canada. 63 for the loss of 2. It's a good shot there from the Peter O'Reilly. And again, another manifestation of his confidence. He has been there from the start. It looks really, really good at the crease with the occasional boundaries. Timing the ball well, finding the gaps. And he's getting runs on the board for Australia. 63 for 2, 13 gone, 45 overs per side. And Canada winning the toss and without hesitation invited the tourists to take first strike. Krishna run the race to continue. Before this conceded 4 runs from his 2 overs with economy rate of just 2 runs per over. And he continues with a line and length outside the off stump, on the off stump. Good stuff here, using the condition. Started to experience a pleasant breeze. Still not with that glorious sunshine. Well bowled, run the race, well played. Doderich, Peter Doderich and Peter O'Reilly at the crease, and they no doubt will look to form a good combination as well in the middle. But run the race has been very, very impressive. Not trying to experience anything at the moment. Yes, he's inviting the batsman on the front foot most of his deliveries. So he has been tactical. He has been strategical. Hoping the batsman to err in this process. Yes, he has been given some generous flight. Not getting big turn. But his line and length has been handsome so far. Yeah, this one with a little more flight. And Doderich is coming down the track, working it off the front foot, picked up 2 runs. And the end of over number 14, 65 for 2. And Australia batting against Canada in the first match of this 3-match bilateral series, 40 overs per side. They will take a break tomorrow and come back right here at Dansville on Thursday. And then they will wrap up things in Niagara on Friday and Saturday. .65 for 2, 14 overs have been completed. And Mukesh making some changes. The captain of Canada team still with the slip. Early stage of the game yet. 15 overs have been completed. 30 to go. The way Australia batted so far, they're gathering runs nicely. Nothing too aggressive at the moment. The rotation has been good. The communication by these 2 batsmen has been well. We're going to have a change of bowling. Another spinner has been introduced from the other end. And it looks like Ivan Narayan. And first delivery. Nicely tucked off the pad there by Peter O'Reilly. They have been steady. And they're picking up the single. Nice outfield here at Dansville Park in Mississauga, Ontario. Still don't have that beautiful sunshine. We're hoping to have it very soon. Yes, it started to peak out 1 and 2 times. And this one is with more height. Down the track goes Doderich. And they will pick up 2 easy runs. So Canada They've got two spinners now in operation. Good morning and welcome back here to Danville's Park in the Mississauga, Ontario, Canada, and the host nation taking on Australia in the first of 4 matches in the bilateral series. 45 overs per side. Canada winning the toss, opted to bowl. The completion of the 50th over, Australia 70 for the loss of 2. Peter O'Reilly, 34, batted with superb confidence. And he has got Peter Dudorich, who has so far accumulated 11 runs. They two very much engaged in a partnership for the 3rd wicket. And they've looked rock solid. Canada not yielding too many boundaries. They've been steady, impressive. And now they've got 2 spinners in operation. So Shamim Baksh and Krishna Ramnares. Ramnares in particular, 3 overs, 6 runs. Shamim Baksh, the off spin as well, conceded 5 in the first over. So after the drinks break, the first ball. And again, Peter O'Reilly continues to play with confidence, continues to play with determination, and continues to pick up singles, doubles, and the occasional boundary. Beaten outside the line of the off stump. Not a good delivery here. Not a demonstration of his variation. Krishna Ramnares. A little bit bounce there. Probably will encourage him. Right on target again. Ramnares. Pitches look very conducive for bat bowling. But these 2 batsmen, Peter O'Reilly and Peter Dudorich, nothing too extraordinary at the moment. Picking up the singles, 2s and the odd boundaries. And they gather the runs in impressive fashion. Good morning to you, wherever you are. Picking up the live here from Dunsville, Ontario, Canada, in Mississauga. If in the vicinity, you could come down to watch the action. Admission is absolutely free. Compliments of Cricket Canada Masters Council hosting this bilateral series between Canada and Australia. Nicely played off the front foot by Dudorich. Not a single to end the over number 16. 73 for the loss of 2, Australia batting against Canada. .72 for the loss of 2 wickets. Australia taking first strike at the invitation of Canada. We had a wonderful opening ceremony this morning. President of Cricket Canada, Rajpal Bajwa, was in presence. His opening remarks reflected on the contribution they would have made on keeping cricket growing from strength to strength. Shamim Baksh to continue the off spinner. Australia moving along nicely here. Not a single. Therefore, Peter Dudorich. Peter O'Reilly comes back into strike. He began things here for Australia in Canada. The first match of the bilateral series. 45 overs per side. Canada winning the toss. And without hesitation, opted to field. Windy condition, no sunshine, no major threat of rain though, thankfully. Right on target, but because he has been so long at the crease, Peter O'Reilly, right across, walking across literally, and pull it towards short mid wicket. Protection in that area. This time he's finding the gap. Intelligent batting from Peter O'Reilly and Peter Dutterich. Very, very windy here at Dunsville Park in Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. Still with the backward point and a cover point. A short third man. So Captain Mukesh would have removed his slips. Decided to be a little more defensive because the power play is off. Good stuff here from Shamin Baksh. 17 overs have been completed and they are 76 for the loss of 2 Australia batting against Canada. So Canada, Australia, England and USA will start off 4-nation series, limited overs as well. September 24th to 25th. Matches to be played here at Dunsville and of course at King City, North Toronto. Krishna run the race to continue. And again, Dutterich showing good patience at the crease. The application has been admirable so far. Along with Peter O'Reilly, he has been more determined. Right on target there. Krishna run the race in his 5th over. Using the conditions very well. Krishna run the race, the off spinner is in operation from the northern side of the ground. So the wind is behind his back, floating up, tossing up, bringing that variation to his bowling armory. Such a clever piece of bowling, inviting the batsman to come down the track. And Peter O'Reilly will pick up 2 more runs, 2 more to the total, 2 more to Australia. 80 for 2, still in over number 18. For run the race, they have brought in a slip. The most senior campaigner. Australia on the other side of the fence, they decided to be more control of things, meaning they are patient, just settling with the singles. 18 gone, 80 for 2, Australia batting against Canada. Canada winning the toss and had an early start. Greg Hosted departed for 2. Peter Jensen gone for 17. Peter Dutterich, he has got 17, joining Peter O'Reilly, who started the proceedings. He has got 39. Batted well so far. And the off-spinner Shami Baksh to continue, about to commence with over number 3. And down goes Peter O'Reilly. Not a single to his total. Brings Peter Doderich into strike. Better delivery, beaten outside the line, the off stump. Quite a bit slower than the Krishna Ramna race. Baksh making the Doderich play outside the line, the off stump, tentatively pushed, and he was beaten. They picked up the easy leg by. Down the track goes Peter O'Reilly. So he's playing a bit more fluent now. He's gone on to 40. 82 for 2. Same flight he's giving Peter Doderich. And this one has been played out toward long on. They're thinking about his second because the man from deep mid wicket actually coming to his left had to cover some distance, but preventing any possibility of a second run. Fires back the return quickly. But this time played out toward backward square. Protection in that area. And another single to Australia. 85 for 2. 19 overs have been completed in this 45 overs affair against Canada, who called correctly at the toss and invited Australia to take first strike in this bilateral series. The first of 4. So we're going to have a change in bowling. Muna Warali Labawana, first delivery, and the right on target to the in-form Peter O'Reilly. So he's got the cover, extra cover, backward point, short backward square, short mid wicket. And Peter O'Reilly decided to go towards backward square, a ball drifting down the leg side. Can't score though, the man in that area. And this one, the lift over backward square. This time he gone the aerial route. Peter O'Reilly picked up 4 runs. And he's moving along nicely here for Australia. It's gone on to 42 with that boundary. Came on the front foot, string down the leg side. Lobandawala. And he was given the full treatment towards backward square. 90 for the loss of 2 wickets. Australia batting force against Canada. 20 over in progress. Over backward square there from Peter O'Reilly. And got 4 more runs to his total. Nice piece of batting again. We'll pick up 2. We'll have to hurry. A little bit fumble there from the fieldsman at short mid on, allowing the batsman to scurry through for 2 runs. 2 more to the total. And this is a ball outside the line of the off stump, but Peter O'Reilly decided to pull it to that vacant mid-wicket region. But a man brazing the fence in that cow corner. Just getting a comfortable single. He has moved on to 47. Nicely tucked away there by Duderidge. So he's playing a supporting role here for Peter O'Reilly, who is approaching a half century. And 20 overs have been completed. 94 for the loss of 2. Australia batting against Canada in this bilateral series. Over 60, 45 overs. For a side, Canada winning the toss and opted to bowl. So good morning to you, wherever you are in Canada. And good evening to the cricket fans in Australia, a mighty cricketing nation, dominating cricket over the past 2-3 decades in all formats. Whereas Canada hasn't been that impressive. Yes, regaining one-day status recently, vying for a spot in the T20 World Cup campaign next year, to be held in the Caribbean and the USA jointly. But this is over 60 cricket. They have their own World Cup to be played in India early next year. So no doubt these 2 teams will like to use this bilateral series and the 4-team competition that is looming as part of the preparation for the World Cup event. So Farouk Karmani has been introduced into the attack here for Canada, about to bowl over number 21. And he's got a slip in place, probably trying to make use of that plan. 94 for 2, 24's over just began, outside the line of the off stump. And Rutherwich coming across. At one moment thought he would have punched it somewhere in the backward point region, but decided to go with soft hands. Almost in identical fashion, but this time chop it down to third man. Get an easy single. Brings back Peter O'Reilly, who has got 49. One away from a half century. 94 for 2, Australia. Right on target there from Karmani. So he's on 49, Peter O'Reilly. 20 to Peter Duderidge. And that's a wide. Strain outside the line of the off stump. Too wide enough to be called a wide. 1 more to the total, 95 for 2. Still in over double whoop, 21. Good contest in the middle so far between Canada and Australia. But Peter O'Reilly, no doubt, a little bit tension because he has got 49. And he would have started off proceedings for Australia after they were asked to take first strike. And that's his 50. Well played. Punched out toward extra cover. and get an easy single. Batted beautifully, Peter O'Reilly. Not too much of aggression isn't in this innings. But he's been watchful, he has been defiant, picking up the occasional boundaries. And a well-played half-century. Innings decorated with 5 fours from 70 deliveries. Took up the responsibility early on after they have lost the early wicket. Yeah, great maturity, the veteran. Over 60 cricket. And with a wealth of experience, no doubt. Peter O'Reilly, half-century. 21 gone, 97 for the loss of 2 Australia. Arun Taplu to pick up the attack. And the half-centurion Peter O'Reilly nicely glide down toward long leg. Enough time to pick up 2 runs. And the Australia approaching their 3-figure mark. And these two so far, they have engaged and in an unbroken 58-run 3rd wicket stand. So in fact, Farouk Carmanine in operation, the off-spinner. And Canada winning the toss. Inserted Australia to take first strike here at Dansville Park in Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. Still no sunshine at the moment, but no major threat of rain. This is good batting here from Peter O'Reilly in partnership with Peter Dodorich. Straight down the leg side here, Farouk Carmanine. .99 for 2, over number 22 in progress. And this one split off the front foot by Peter O'Reilly, bringing up the 100 there for Australia. In the over number 22, 100 for the loss of 2. And Australia taking first strike at the invitation of Canada in this first of 4 matches in this bilateral series between these two countries, Canada and Australia. And then they will head to that 4-nation tournament August 21st to the 25th. Matches to be played at King City as well, here at the Dansville Park in Mississauga. King City international venue, and it's north of Toronto. So Arun Taplu to continue. And Australia achieving their 100 runs in the 22nd over. 100 for 2. It's just outside the line of the off stump. He's making the batsman play. I think that's very important from Arun Taplu, the off spinner, giving some flight, luring the batsman forward. And this time he's making him coming down the track. And again, Peter Durrich, not too interesting of aggression at the moment. He's been patient since he has linked up with the more fluent and elegant Peter O'Reilly, who has got 54. Durrich is on 21. Nicely dabbed away for a single towards backward point. Brings back Peter O'Reilly onto strike. He's got 54. And Australia being asked to take first strike against Canada. The series will continue on Thursday right here. And then they will head down to Niagara for the third and final matches on Friday and Saturday respectively. Again there by Durrich, tucked away out toward deep mid wicket, protection in that area. And 23 overs have been completed. Australia taking first strike against Canada. They are moving along nicely here. 104 for 2. 23 overs have been completed. Peter O'Reilly, he has got 55. Peter Durrich, he has got 22. And Canada no doubt will be looking for a breakthrough, looking to separate things here, because this has turned out to be very promising and potentially things can be very impactful from an Australian perspective. Partnership might be essential here for them to get a big total, a huge one in every context of things. Farouk Karmanai back in operation, conceded 12 runs in the first 2 overs. Better line, better length. Using this windy condition to good effect. Yeah, well, this one is too wide down the leg side. Suraj Budu, one of the 2 umpires, not interested. Yes, this one is swinging out toward the mid wicket for 4 by Peter Durrich. Only shot of real aggression. Came on the front foot right into his arc. And he's giving him the full treatment. 1 bounce and he slotted that one out toward the mid wicket for 4. In fact, his first boundary. This time he's coming down the track. Playing out toward deep mid wicket. Get an easy single on this occasion. And Carbonine inviting the batsman to come down. Making good connection again. Peter Durrich. For protection in that area this time. Very, very strong with. And this time Suraj Budu on duty. Wide. From Farouk Karmanai. Just a little bit of appeal there from the wicketkeeper. More optimism than anything. And we get a leg by 24 gone, 110 for 2 Australia. Batting force against Canada in this bilateral series. The force here at Dansville in Mississauga, Ontario, Canada.
You have the names for you, right? You're seeing apps. You're getting all the names for you.
Arun Taplu to continue. 2 overs, 7 runs. And Peter O'Reilly continues to bat with good confidence here. More importantly for him that he's picking up the singles, the odd boundaries, the doubles, already with the achievement of a half century. And if he can carry on here for Australia, they're looking at a huge total, somewhere in the vicinity of 240 from the allocation of 45 overs. He will definitely need more partners if things can go in Australia favor or in Canada favor. Playing across the line there, Peter O'Reilly. And again, loud appeal, not says umpire. No addition to the total. Yeah, and this one drifting down the leg side. Easy single there to Peter O'Reilly. Again, showing signs of fluency. Very patient, accumulating runs as well. So Taplu, the leg spinner, just outside the line, the off stump. And probably just having a plan here. More onto the offside of Peter Doderich, or more onto the middle stump going away the leg to Peter O'Reilly. .25 gone, Australia 115 for 2.
Somebody told it, took the table over, and they just put it on the grass. Because they went to get the sweater from the room.
So Australia batting at the invitation of Canada. And at the completion of the 25th over, 105 for 2. Peter O'Reilly, he has got 57. Peter Doderich, 29. And they've really batted superbly since they have linked up already, establishing a good partnership here for the 3rd wicket. And we might see the reintroduction of Krishna Ramnaresh. Had a good spell initially in terms of his economy rate. But Canada not biting the dust here at the moment. Looking for a breakthrough, looking for a wicket. So they can able to stop the flow of runs here by the Australian, especially by these two batsmen, Peter O'Reilly and Peter Doderich, with 57 and 29 respectively. 20 overs remaining, 115 for 2, and the projected score 229. The current rate is at 4.6. No doubt in another 10 overs or so, especially if these two batsmen remain at the crease, they will start to think inevitably about acceleration. Canada, yes, they need a breakthrough here. They will need to restrict Australia to a more decent total. And we have got a change of bowling. It looks like Ivan Narain into operation. A leg spinner, the Canadian-based Guyanese, and Betram Narain would have represented Essequibo in softball cricket. Played for Canada when they toured Australia last earlier this year. Short ball, and this one to the middle wicket region for 4. So not a good start here for the leg spinner Narain, Betram Narain. But Peter Duderidge capitalizing effectively on that one. It was short and it was asked for the hitting. Made good connection, good timing, good placement, and a good shot. Good comeback there from Narain. 120 for 2, 26 overs in progress. Yes, better delivery outside the line, the off stump. More generous flight outside the line of the off stump. And Duderidge just lean into the shot and the game finding the gap. And another single there to Peter O'Reilly as we are approaching the midday here in Canada at Danville's Park in Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. Still with the wind, no sunshine, and started to see 1 and 2 dark clouds hovering over the park here. The weather forecast, there's some rain, but Australia batting at the invitation of Canada. 26 gone, 123 for 2. Instead for 2, but his partner Peter O'Reilly steady things up. Few partnerships. He's still there on 59. An inning so far has been characterized with 5 fours from 84 deliveries. Now he's got a willing partner here. Peter Duderidge moves on to 36. Peter O'Reilly comes back into strike. He's got 59. So a lot of thinking here for Captain Mukesh of Canada. Yes, he's finding the gap, finding a man at backward point on this occasion, Peter O'Reilly. coming down the track here again, Peter O'Reilly showing a lot with that kind of batting, coming down the track, placing the ball through the gaps, forward defense, and this time again finding the gap on the offside, but we get an easy single. Took up the responsibility here for Australia from the start. And Duderich almost in identical fashion down the track. So the application by these two batsmen has been admirable. 124 for 2 over number 27 in progress. But Canada haven't got success in the last 15 overs. Because the running by these two batsmen too is absolutely outstanding. .27 gone, 127 for 2 Australia, batting against Canada in this over 45 overs bilateral series. Limited over action here at Dansville Park in Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. The wind is still very much with us, breezy, cool, and of course no sunshine even since the commencement of action. Players, as fans coming out enjoying the weather, no doubt. In comparison to yesterday, was very much of glorious sunshine, factoring the humidity, 33 degrees Celsius in the greater Toronto area. Bitram Narain to continue. And these two batsmen continue to bat responsibly, to bat efficiently for Australia. They are making steady progress since the departure of Peter Jensen for 17. Down the leg side from Bertram Narain to Peter O'Reilly. And they have gathered 2 more runs. A little more defensive here for the leg spinner Narain. Deep backward square, deep mid wicket. Long off, a deep extra cover. And Canada finally got the breakthrough here. Peter Duderich has been run out. A ball being tucked away out toward backward point. The man was relatively short there. Peter O'Reilly called for the single. Duderich probably a late response, a little bit of hesitation. And finally Canada got a breakthrough. The wicket of Peter Duderich, who was looking excellent with the butt. And he's gone for 38. Australia losing their third wicket, 130 for 3 over number 28 in progress. And Canada might feel a bit better now, a bit relief. And hopefully to regain some momentum with the ball or in the field, but the run out maybe can propel them to do something more dramatic in order to restrict Australia. Australia on the other side, they will want to keep up the batting momentum. Had a fine partnership of a sempty between Peter O'Reilly and Peter Duderich. Unfortunately for Duderich, the first time we have seen a bit of poor communication because there was a sense of hesitation in the running, and Peter Rudich has become the casualty. 130 for 3 over number 28 in progress here at Dansville. And Peter O'Reilly now has been joined by Paul Clark. And Bertram Narain to continue. And another right-handed batsman comes to the crease for Australia. It has got a man at the other side of the crease who has been in rich form, batting with the superb confidence. He hasn't shown any sign of aggression, but the way he has picked up his runs is absolutely fantastic. Leave alone there by a new batsman there, Paul Clark. Comes to the crease, his team in a relatively good position. 131 for 3 over number 28. Down the track he goes, and he opened his account with a single. Paul Clark. 28 gone, 132 for 3. Australia batting against Canada. And in fact, one more delivery to go. And this one, get some grip on it, get some purchase there, Narain. 28 gone, Australia 131 for 3. So windy condition here at Dansville Park in the Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. And congratulations to Cricket Canada Master Council for hosting such a wonderful tournament so far. The commencement of the 4-match bilateral series between these two teams. And before the action on field, we had an opening ceremony with Cricket Canada President Rajpal Bajwa. Had a few remarks, followed by General Manager of Cricket Canada, Eglinton Liburd, President of Cricket Canada Master Council, David Mohammed, and of course Peter O'Reilly of Australia spoke about this tournament. They express excitement, they express gratification about hosting such a good tournament for the over 60 cricketers. And things are transpiring at the moment. In over number 29, Australia taking first strike at the insertion of Canada, and they have progressed to 133 for 3. Arun Taplu to continue with his off break, and Peter O'Reilly still continues to play with the kind of elegance and fluency, soundly technical, picking up runs already with a half century. He's got 63. Paul Clark comes into strike. He's got 2. Peter O'Reilly batted with a lovely application as well. Started proceedings for Australia. And the right-handed has looked in superb form. Taplu in his 5th over hasn't picked up a wicket, conceded 17 runs with an economy rate of 3.78. In the context of things, quite admirable. And Paul Clark in tight defense. Quite a defensive field for him. Long off, long on. Deep mid wicket, deep backward square. A man in the cover boundary. And in that catching position, a slip goes down. End of another over. 30 gone, 137 for 3. Australia up against Canada in this over 60 45 overs tournament. These two teams will encounter in 4 one-day internationals. 45 overs per side. They will use this as part of their preparation for next year World Cup. They will use it for the upcoming 4-nation tournament that including USA and England. Bertram Narain to continue. Right on target. Does get the ball to turn. Enormous turn occasionally. So he might pose a threat here. Especially to the new batsman, Paul Clark. And he's showing that kind of proclivity on the front foot, to play on the front foot. Well, he's dubbing this one outside the line of the off stump, and we get an easy single. Bringing Peter O'Reilly into strike. And he has got 64. 136 for 3. Wide enough outside the line of the off stump. No doubt he's seeing the ball as big as a soccer ball. Peter O'Reilly. And even though he has been there from the commencements of things, he has got 65 from 94 deliveries. Tucking away 5 fours. Still not thinking of that aggression or acceleration. His occupation has been more important for him. And essentially, he has been gathering runs for Australia. He's batting with a plan, seemingly, and he's bearing fruits. Already making a statement with a bat, already with a half century. Beaten outside the line of the off stump. Good bowling, good comeback here from Bertram Narain. 30 gone, 130 for 3. And we're going to have a drinks break again. Australia batting force against Canada in the force of this 4-match bilateral series here at Dansville Park in Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. They have progressed to 139 for 3. 30 overs have been completed with Peter O'Reilly. He's still there and he's enjoying this knock so far. Undoubtedly, he's got 65. Paul Clark, the new batsman, joining him on 5. They've lost Craig Hoisted for 2 very cheaply, very early. Peter Jensen was looking promising, got 17. And then Peter Dutteridge with 38. Impressive innings by every stretch of imagination. It was measurable in every context. And unfortunately, he was run out for 38. Paul Clark, he has got 5 with the steady Peter O'Reilly on 65. 1 wicket each for Stanley Paul and Ria Jayawadana. And then Dutteridge was run out. They will take a break for drinks and we come back in a few moments. Until then, my name is Ravindra Bandalal saying goodbye. Very good afternoon, sporting fans, and welcome back here to Dansville. We had the completion of the drinks break, and we are ready for the resumption of play. Australia batting first at the invitation of Canada, and they've reached 139 for 3 after 30 overs. With Peter O'Reilly on 65, Paul Clark 5, just joining him. The departure of Peter Duderich for 38 after a brilliant 72-run second wicket partnership. Nicely tucked away out toward backward point there by Peter O'Reilly, who is in excellent form. So far, innings characterized with 5 fours from 95 balls. In the right-hander, has batted superbly well so far. Outside the line of the off stump from Jayawardena. He's back in operation before this conceded 13 runs in his 4 overs. Jayawardena. And this one went up a sleeve. And it's a wrist across through backward point for 4. Wasn't a convincing shot there from Paul Clark. Got a thick edge. But importantly, found the gap. And his first boundary. Ball outside the line of the off stump from Jayawardena. Bounce a little. And Australian will definitely capitalize on it. Good comeback though from Jayawardena. And Australia continued to make steady progress, approaching that 150 mark. And the total is projected in the vicinity of 235 from the allotment of 45 overs. Especially if Peter O'Reilly can occupy the crease for the next 14 overs, because 31 gone and Australia taking first strike against Canada. 146 for 3. Still no sunshine here at Dansville Park in Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. The first of 4 matches in this bilateral series between Canada and Australia. Canada winning the toss just after the opening ceremony, visited by Cricket Canada President Rajpal Bajwa, General Manager of Cricket Canada Eglinton Liebert. We had opening remarks from the President of the Cricket Canada Master Council, David Mohammed, and all express excitement of this tour. These two nations sharing that sort of a camaraderie. Friendship will continue. Canada visit Australia early this year. This is a really full toss there from Bertrand Narain. Paul Clark coming on the front foot immediately. Didn't make good connection. The ball ricocheted out to short mid wicket to get an easy single. Turning out to be a contest between Narain and Paul Clark, but not Peter O'Reilly spanking this one through backward square. He came down the track, made good connection, and it flew across the outfield for 4. Another good shot here from Peter O'Reilly. Continue with his positivity at the crease. And this one nicely glide toward backward point. Chance for the fielder to come around. And he's doing some football work there. Yes, just inside the boundary, but could not prevent the batsman to cross for 2 more. Better delivery there from Bertram Narain. And Peter O'Reilly is equal to the toss. Again, not trying to do anything extraordinary out of the box. He's playing with a great amount of confidence, a great amount of maturity. And the degree of fluency too is also admirable. He's back in strike, he's got 73. And no doubt he started to contemplate on a 3-figure mark. That will be commendable if he does get there. But with the form and the kind of batting he's showcasing at the moment, well, forced delivery really beaten outside the line of the off stump. And Australia batting force against Canada in this Master tournament over 60, 45 overs per side. 32 gone, 155 for 3. Eddie runner Jayawandara to continue before this 5 overs. 1 for 20. One of the wicket takers in this Canada lineup. And this is a wide ball. Started off over number 33. And Australia looking to push on from here on, no doubt. 45 overs per side here at the Dansville Park in Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. Not the best day for cricket because we still haven't seen the sunshine from the beginning of this fixture. 1 or 2 sprinkle of drizzle. Fortunately, not interrupting. And the Australians continue to pick up singles, out in the doubles, out in the boundaries as well. Jayawardena. Yeah, this one was short and pulled away by Peter O'Reilly. And again, more football work for the man at deep mid wicket. Had to come a long way to his right. Good piece of fielding exhibition, nevertheless. Yeah, driving back to Jayawardena. Too hot to handle. Straight drive. And Peter O'Reilly batting with confidence, batting with authority here for Australia against Canada. And he's piling on score here. He's gone to 75. And a little bit of deflection there to Jayawardena. And Australia pick up another single. Good batting again by Peter O'Reilly. Paul Clark comes back into strike. Now the appeal goes up. Not out says umpire. 1 more to the total. Nevertheless, 35 gone. And Australia batting against Canada in this first match. 162 for 3.
Bilateral, yeah. They're playing 3 matches. And then they have another 4 teams. Oh, that is 4 nation. 4 nation, yeah. Is iPhone on? Put it on never, it can go clear. Go to setting and put never and it can go blank half. to settle.
We have a change in bowling again here for Canada. They're looking for wickets. 163 for 3 Australia. They're mounting a toss here for the opposition. 163 for 3. And we have the commencement of over number 34. Krishna Ramnaresh back in operation before this. 12 runs from his 5 overs. Very, very economical. He has been wicketless, but showing the kind of penetration with his deliveries. On the off stump, a fraction short outside the line of the off stump, making the batsman play, making the batsman think. And this is good strategy here from Krishna Ramnaresh, the off spinner. But Australia will continue to rely heavily on Peter O'Reilly. He's batting really, really nicely, batting with a great amount of attraction, with authority, with confidence. And he has moved on to 79. Peter O'Reilly, the opening batsman for Australia. They opted, Canada opted to bowl first. And that decision might not have been justifiable at this juncture of the game, obviously. Only picking up 3 wickets in 33.4 overs. Conditions might have been the thing to inspire them to bowl first, because it was overcast, it was windy, a little bit of preparation moisture. But Australia, they have come out and batted well. Yes, they had an early hiccup, but they are definitely indebted to this opening batsman, Peter O'Reilly. 79, 6 fours, 104 balls. Really batting with a kind of authority and confidence. He's leading from the front. A better ball there from Ramnaresh. He has been steady. And no doubt these two will engage in a contest, in a tussle. 34 gone, 166 for 3. So good afternoon to you. We're live on YouTube, on Facebook. You could check out Cricket Canada Master Council on their Facebook page. Yours truly, Ravindra Mandalal, coming to you live here at Dansville Park in Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. The first of 3 matches in this bilateral series between Canada and Australia. Australia, after 34 overs, they're making massive progress here. 166 for 3. And Peter O'Reilly, the opening batsman, he has got 79. And Canada looking for a breakthrough. And we're going to see Stanley back in operation for Canada. He had a wicket so far in his 4th spell. Interesting to know what Captain Mukesh thinking about for Canada. Whether to get through the overs or try to take wickets on a regular interval. That might be able to limit Canada, Australia below 200 or just below 220, which might be a more moderate total. But on the other side of the coin, Australia will want to continue with this sort of momentum, and especially with the way Peter O'Reilly going about his business. First delivery from Stanley Paul, 1 for 28 from 5. So he has got some confidence with that wicket. And Canada, no doubt, will depend on him heavily to make an impact here with the ball, especially against Peter O'Reilly. But he has been on trouble so far. Confident strokes, confident hitting, and the manner in way he accumulating his runs also is absolutely impressive. Paul Clark, he has been steady since his arrival at the crease too. 16 from 26 with a boundary. In Canada, separated Peter O'Reilly and Peter Doderich. They too set up things nicely for Australia to get to that projected score or somewhere in the vicinity of 250 from the allocation of 45 overs. They might be pleased with that by the conclusion of the off-field stage. Yeah, this one smacked out toward backward point. This will run across the boundary for 4. Well played there from Paul Clark. Outside the line of the off stump, wide enough, plenty of room. Got connection, and he got the result that he was looking for. True backward point for 4. Now a man was placed in the third man region, bracing the boundary, and Stanley asking him to go around a little wider for that shot played by Paul Clark. He has moved on to 20. And this one popped up on him. Uneven bounce on this occasion. Got some button to hit. Luckily for him, there was no enclosed fieldsman. Got a single. And Peter O'Reilly comes back into strike. With 80 under his belt. 172 for 3 over number 35 in progress. Still in rather much overcast condition. Yes, and Stanley Paul has got the breakthrough and has got the big fishy for Australia. Peter O'Reilly finally departed, leg before by Paul Stanley. Coming forward, leaning forward to the shot, looking to go across the line. And he was a judge leg before. So Stanley Paul strikes. And no doubt the Australians would have been happy with that performance. 80 innings that spun 106 deliveries, including 6 fours. And Peter O'Reilly departed leg before to Stanley Paul for 80. And Australia losing their 4th wicket, 173 for 4. 35 overs have been completed. So Canada picking up their 4th wicket. Australia 173 for 4, 35 gone, 10 to go. In this bilateral series between these two nations, Canada and Australia. Canada winning the toss and decided to bowl. They just had the dismissal of Peter O'Reilly for 80. Really set up the innings here for Australia. No doubt these batsmen will like to galvanize on this last 10 over. On these last 10 overs, new batsman Pat Henry. He wouldn't now will take the strike because Paul Clark hitting the one for a single. And Krishna Ramnaresh continues not making an impression in terms of wicket taking, but his economy rate of 2.50 is absolutely exceptional. Good control, good accuracy with his line and length, and just conceding singles. Not really being really attacked by the Australian batsmen. Even though top scorer so far, Peter O'Reilly, got the 80. A brilliant knock. Outside the line of the off stumps, yes, Peter O'Reilly, a brilliant knock of 80. Batted with superb confidence. His timing was absolutely impeccable as well. Picking up 6 boundaries. On this occasion, Ramnaresh trained down the leg side. And Pat Henry picking up 2 runs. Australia batting well so far. .36 gone, 177 for 4 Australia. So Paul Clark, he has got 24. Pat Henry just joined him. He has got 3. With 9 overs to go in his first innings, in his first match of the bilateral series of 3 between Canada and Australia. Canada winning the toss and without hesitation decided to bowl. Australia have made good progress so far. 179 for 4, courtesy of Peter O'Reilly. 80. Batted brilliantly for that score. So Stanley Paul to continue. 2 wickets for 34 runs from 6 overs. No doubt looking for more success, looking for more wickets. Especially coming to the latter part of this innings, because Australia though might start to think about the aggression, might start to think about the acceleration period. Especially Paul Clark looks more settled now. Pat Henry with that single. Don't forget the Under 19 World Cup qualifiers taking place here in Canada. 4 teams competing: Canada, USA, Argentina, and Bermuda. Canada reeling off 3 victories from as many matches. Each team will play each other twice, and the winner will progress and continue with a qualification pathway for the World Cup event to be held in Sri Lanka in 2024. India are the defending champion. They captured that trophy in the West Indies last year. But here at Dansville in the Mississauga, Ontario, Canada, over 60 action. And they have the over 60 World Cup to be held in India next year as well, late February into March. And these are some of the guys who will be in action. I want to make full use of this opportunity to get themselves ready physically, mentally. Limited overs as well, 45 overs. And soon they will be joined by England and USA for a 4-nation limited over series as well. 24th to the 25th. Matches right here at Danville and King City. So a lot of cricket to be played by these over 60 men, keeping themselves fit, using the game as part of the exercise as well. They will take a break tomorrow and come back here on Thursday for the continuation of this bilateral series. 3 matches, and then on Friday they are set to conclude things in Niagara, west of Toronto, approximately 125 minutes to drive. So all roads will lead to the Niagara region, and that match will be played on the lights. But here at Dansville, under grey sky, Australia 184 for 4, over number 37 in progress. Paul Stanley, the seamer, in operation. One more to the total, 37 gone, 182 for 4, Australia batting against Canada. So Canada winning the toss, invited the opposition to take first strike. Australia, they lost Craig Hoysted for 2, Peter Jensen for 17, Peter Doddridge for 38, and then Peter O'Reilly for 80. Paul Clark with 25, and he's got Pat Henry at the other side. And they're 182 for 4, 37 overs have been completed. And we're going to have a change in bowling as well. Aaron Taplu to continue for Canada. And first delivery going down the leg side. Still with this heavy wind, a little bit of chill in it. Very much on a hilltop here at Dansville Park. Beautiful scene in terms of its environment. And he's bowled outside the line of the off stump. And Pat Henry looking to pull across the line. Did make didn't make full connection. Got an inside edge and deflected onto the middle stump. And another wicket goes down here for Australia. 182 for 5. Over number 38 just began there by Arun Taplu. And Pat Harry has become another victim here for Australia. The 5th one. And Canada, no doubt, will be more pleasing to pick up 2 wickets in quick succession, especially with the demise of Peter O'Reilly, who's gone for 80. Now things are turning out to be more intriguing because they had a magnificent 72-run third wicket partnership between Peter O'Reilly and Peter Doddridge, who departed for 38, O'Reilly for 80. Superb innings from him in the context of everything here at Dansville Park. Canada, yes, they won the toss. They invited the opposition to take first strike. They had an encouraging start, picking up the 4th wicket with a score on 5. But then Peter O'Reilly and Peter Jensen stitched together a 35-run second wicket partnership to stage a recovery. And then it was a continuity between Peter O'Reilly and Peter Doddridge, with that delightful 72-run third wicket partnership, able to take control, take away the initiative from Canada. They built on and they carry on, and now they are making steady progress at 184 for 5. 38 over in progress. And Claude Orlando, the new batsman for the visitors, and he's yet to open his account. That is definitely a bye, signaled by umpire Suraj Buru. No, there was some connection with bat. So he started off with a single, the new batsman Claude Orlando. And no doubt he will like to hand over the strike to a much more settled Paul Clark. He has got 25. Stabilized things since his arrival with Peter O'Reilly. 38 gone, 185 for 5. Stanley Paul is expected to continue here for Canada. 2 for 37 from 7 with an economy rate of 5.29. Quite okay in the context of things because he had picked up 2 wickets at crucial juncture for Australia. Got the breakthrough. He had them on the back foot earlier. And now he's back in operation. Getting that movement outside the line of the off stump, getting that sudden bounce. So definitely might bring a sense of intimidation to the batsman, Stanley Paul. The pitch has been responsive as well. Down the leg side, loud appeal goes up. In fact, a wide ball. It was more optimism than anything else for Stanley Paul and his players and his fellow colleagues here at Dansville Park in Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. Good afternoon to you. Good evening to the people and the cricketing fraternity in Australia, here in Canada, in Ontario, in Vancouver, in Alberta, in Calgary, and elsewhere. We're in the city of Mississauga, about half an hour drive from the famous city of Toronto, westbound. Right in the vicinity of the international airport, Pearson. Regularly seeing the aircrafts in our sight here. Beautiful scene, beautiful scenery, picturesque venue. And this is intelligent bowling from Paul Stanley outside the line of the off stump, especially to the new batsman, Claude Orlando. Yes, they are approaching the end of this innings, but nothing too experimental here from Stanley Paul. Quite exceptional from him. And with the spinner in tandem, Aaron Taplu also has been good. And he's dropped by the man at short mid-on. Claude Orlando looking to go over the top. Went aerial, didn't get enough elevation, didn't get enough distance. And a man from the wideish mid-on diving to his right. Good effort, but it bubbled out. 187 for 5 over number 35 in progress. Australia will want to see these two batsmen keep occupying the crease for the next 6 overs or so. Good momentum at the moment, yes, despite that chance, especially with the presence of Paul Clark. He has got 25, Claude Orlando with 1, 39 gone, 188 for 5. So good afternoon to you, still with the breezy condition here at Dansville Park, right in the vicinity of the popular highway of 401, and another major one that leads to Brampton City, the 410, in our backdrop here on the northern side of the ground. Canada winning the toss and opted to bowl, and Australia making steady progress. They are rolling along here. 188 for 5, about to have the commencement of over number 40. And this one is pulled through backward square for 4 by Paul Clark. Straying down the leg side, Aaron Taplu. And in fact, Claude Orlando made good connection with bat and ball there. And it raced across this lightning fast outfield here at Dansville Park in Mississauga, Ontario. And the Australian, no doubt, will want to be a little more aggressive at this stage of the game. Over number 40, it's a 45 overs encounter. The fourth of the 3 matches in this bilateral series. And this turned out to be a competitive total. The projected total of the 45 overs is 245. The current strike rate is 4.9. It might be formidable once they get to that 235. Loud appeal goes up there from Arun Taplu. It's coming right across there, Claude Orlando. And on this occasion, there is no connection with butt. Umpire said not out. Yes, and he's getting this one to come back very sharply. Enormous turn for him. Arun Taplu. A fraction short outside the line of the off stump. Right into the arc of the batsman. Long off, long on, deep mid-wicket, deep backward square. A man brazing the cover boundary. Probably just looking to tickle this one here, Claude Orlando. But good testing bowling here from Arun Taplu, in combination with Stanley Paul from the other end, the fast bowler. Little bit short, little bit wide, lots of room, and lots of runs here for Australia. Was asking for the taking there from Claude Orlando. He is busy since he came to the crease. Paul Clark has been more quiet. Yes, lack of strike. Straight down the leg side. This time Arun Taplu all over the wicket. And 2 more to Australia. Ended off over number 40. 194 for 5. Over 60 action in the middle. It's cricket, lovely cricket. We know when we talk about T20 cricket, 10-10 cricket, we're talking about excitement. But this is over 40, this is over 60, 45 overs per side. It has been enthralling so far in the middle, turning out to be a contest between these two top teams, Canada and Australia, in this category of the game, over 60. Both teams played in World Cup in over 60. Both teams are in preparation for World Cup next year in India. So they are very much engaged in a bilateral series, 3 matches. And we have a change in bowling again for Canada, replacing Stanley Paul. Flashing outside the line of the off stump there, Paul Clark. And that runs down towards third man. Pick it up 2 there, Paul Clark. So Muna Rally Lobawala comes back into strike, the off spinner. 15 runs off 3 overs. Now in his 4th, in the first 44th over. Well, he's given generous flight here. Chance for stump. Not out, says umpire. Paul Clark was coming down the track, probably deceived by the flight. No connection on this occasion. And he's still there for Australia. 196 for 5. Over number 41 in progress. Nobanwala in operation. And he's pulling across the line and he's bowled. So Paul Clark seems to have lapsed in concentration. He was full of defense. Now decided to go with that aggression. Went right across, a straight to delivery there from Lobalwala. And he got him. leg before, another wicket goes down here for Australia. There's 6, 198 for 5. Over number 41 in progress. And Club Orlando, Paul Clark, after a little bit of show, is gone for 27. Innings contained 2 fours from 38 deliveries. But very, very impressive batting. Looks like the only shot of blemish. And he succumbed to the off-spinner, Lobanwala. And Australia, they've lost 6 wickets now, 198 for 6. And Ken McGrogan comes to the crease. Well, we have seen a different dimension in terms of the batting. A left-handed batsman, Ken McGrogan. A little more attacking feel here now for Lobanwala. .198 for 6, still in over number 41. Still with some fine drizzles. Those slightly dark clouds, obviously not so threatening, not so ominous. Hopefully we can have a full days of play in this opening encounter between Australia and Canada. It has been fascinating so far. McGrogan opened his account with a double. Worked off the front foot towards short mid-wicket. Man was deep there, so he had to come around to his right, had to cover some grounds. Prevented any possibility of a third run. 41 gone, 200 for 6, Australia. Club Orlando coming down the track, looking to lift it over long on. Beautifully played out toward deep mid wicket. Protection in that area. Well, he's fumbling, allowing the batsman to scamper back for 2 runs. A good running between Club Orlando and Ken McGrogan. So Krishna Ramnare is back in operation over number 42. He has been splendid in terms of the economy rate, not conceding any boundary. Flashing blade there from Orlando, take outside edge, went up in the air, falls safely, and picked up 2 more runs. In Australia, with that projected total of 245, 204 for 6 over number 42. After this, we have got 3 overs. When you translate that, 18 deliveries. And this one gone high and hard. Well, in fact, falls in no man's land as well. So Orlando started to open up. Yes, this is a kind of expectation from the Australian batsmen to bring some aggression out to the batting, to bring some belligerence. Canada may be thinking about spreading the field a bit more defensive, to not allow those boundary balls. Long off, long on, deep backward square, deep extra cover. A man has been pushed back. The long leg, relatively wide. McGrogan, the left-handed batsman, the only left-handed so far for the Australians. 42 gone, 208 for 6. Lobawanla to continue over number 43. 2.5 overs remaining in this contest legally. And the tourists no doubt will want to finish in style, to polish off innings so attractive far. Yeah, full toss. And the punch out toward long off. And again, a little bit fumble there, allowing the batsman to cross for 2. But good for them because their running between the wickets has been absolutely spot on. Took off for the first run, no hesitation. And this one gone high and hard, up in the air. Wicketkeeper does the rest. And Claude Orlando looking to go over the top. Didn't make full connection. The ball ballooned up. And it was safely taken by the wicketkeeper. Australia losing their 7th wicket. 211 for 7. And Canada, no doubt, will be more pleased to claw back themselves into this game after conceded 2 big partnerships. But they lost 7-8 overs. They've picked up 4 wickets. Bringing back some momentum into the bowling. Bringing back some energy into the bowling. And more importantly, bringing back success. Australia may be a little bit disappointed the way they are heading towards the conclusion of this 4th innings. With the foundation, with the partnerships, with the impetus from Peter O'Reilly and Peter Duderich. A bit disappointed. How they could finish off things is left to be known. And Richard Johnston comes to the crease. Looks like he's in good form with that meaty shot out toward deep mid wicket. No element of danger. He went up in the air, yes. And this time he's going big and high. First 6 of the innings. got the elevation, got the distance, and got the result. 43 completed, 217 for 7 Australia. So 2 overs remaining in this contest. 219 for 7, 43 gone. Peter O'Reilly 80, Craig Hoisted 2, Peter Jensen 17, Peter Duderich 38, Paul Clark 27, Pat Harry 7, Claude Orlando 19, and Ken McGrogan on 4, Richard Johnston on 8, 219 for 7. A representation of good batting here by the Australians. So 12 balls remaining in this 4th innings of this contest between Australia and Canada in this bilateral over 60 45 overs competition. Run the race with the penultimate over, elegantly driven by McGrogan, handing over the strike to Richard Johnson, looking in a more touch, looking to be more aggressive, especially with that flamboyant 6 over long on. It was effortless. Well, on this occasion, to run the race, his 9th and final over, he has been wicketless, but with an economy rate just a shade over 360. And he's bowled. Krishna ran the race, finally rewarded with a wicket. He has been consistent with his line and length. And Richard Johnston looking to go over the top. A big swing and a mix. And his middle stump has been rock bucked. Australia losing their 8th wicket, 220 in the 44th and penultimate over here at Dansville Park in Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. It turned out to be a more impressive finish for Canada after winning the toss and opted to bowl. But it endured a period of dominance by the Australian, especially with Peter O'Reilly and Peter Duderich. Had a good partnership of 72 for the 3rd wicket. Peter O'Reilly eventually scored 80 and Duderich with 38. David Smith, the new batsman, comes to the crease for Australia. And a tail ender. Good from a Canada point of view. The tail is wagging here for Australia. Australia no doubt will want to finish off things in a more emphatic way or in a more convincing way. The onus is now on Ken McGrogan because he has been there for a while. He hasn't scored much, but his presence, getting more familiar with things in the middle. And he's a left-handed batsman. Yeah, good running again by these 2 batsmen. Took off immediately for the single. Ken McGrogan, good response from David Smith. Good cricket. 44 gone, 224 for 8. Australia batting against Canada, who won the toss. And with the decision to bowl first. So just a solitary over to go. Australia losing their 8th wicket. David Smith is still there. Right into the tail, the Canadians. But have made an excellent comeback in the latter part of this game. At one stage, the visitors were dominating proceedings, courtesy of Peter O'Reilly, and with a great support from Peter Doderich, able to propel them to this far. Stanley Paul to bowl the 45th and final over. And in windy condition, forced delivery outside the line of the off stump. So he has got 2 wickets, 2 for 38 in 8 overs. Effectively 2 for 38 in 8.2 overs. So they need him to come to the fore, especially in these overs. Yes, 8 wickets down for Australia, but these batsmen with the intention of go over the top, as indicated in that one. David Smith with an attacking stroke didn't get the distance or the elevation that he probably would have thought. The pace on the ball might have prevented that shot. Good bowling here from Paul Stanley. Stanley Paul in his 9th over. And as expected, pushing a few fielders out the circle, literally brazing the boundaries. Oh, that's a bouncer. Right over his head. That's the kind of hostility you should have seen from Stanley Paul in the initial stage of the game. But the pitch started to dry out. The ball, 45 overs old, but he's getting the trick done. A legal ball, a dot ball. Oh, nicely played by Ken McGrogan. Good touch outside the line of the off stump. So the last 2 deliveries remaining, Australia 226 for 8. Might be pleased with this total. From their standpoint, they have batted out the overs. We can safely say now, with 1 legal delivery to go, 1 legitimate delivery to go, and Ken McGrogan finish off with a double there. Australia innings have come to a close. They were asked to take first strike and they ended at 230 for 8 at the expiration of the 45 overs. Canada calling correctly at the toss, invited the opposition to take first strike, and they rally along to 230 for 8 from 45 overs. led by Peter O'Reilly with 80, contribution from Peter Dutteridge with 38, Paul Clark with 27, extras contributed 17. Australia 230 from 45 overs for the loss of 8 wickets. And Stanley Paul has been the standout for Canada, 2 for 44 from 9. Some support there from spinner Munawalari Lambawala with 2 for 30 from 5 overs. 1 wicket for Arun Taplu, 1 wicket for Krishna Ramnares, and 1 wicket for Ediwari Jayawantara. Australia closing off proceedings in the first half, 230 for 8 from 45 overs against Canada in this 3-match bilateral series. The first here at the Danville's Park in Mississauga, Brampton. We'll take a break and come back in the half an hour time for the reply. Until then, my name is Ravindra Mandalal saying goodbye. Hello, good afternoon, sporting fans, and welcome back here to the Dansville Park in Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. And action just resumed here with Australia and Canada in this bilateral series. 3 matches, of course, and today the first fixture halfway stage. Australia pile up 230 for 8 from the allocation of 45 overs. And Canada just begun their response with Aaron Taplu and Ishrat Ansari, and the man with the ball, Stanley Paul, for Australia. No run for the loss of no wicket here at Dansville Park. So good afternoon to you. My name is Ravendra Bandalal, coming to you live here at Dansville Park. Still no sunshine all day so far. Hopefully we can have some brilliance in the day as the day progresses. Outside the line of the off stump, and Stanley Paul starting the attack here for the Australians, the men from down under. In defense of 230 from the allotment of 45 overs. Thankful, they definitely be thankful to Peter O'Reilly with 80, Peter Durrich with 38, contribution also coming from Paul Clark with 27. So good start, a good steady stuff here from Paul, from the man in operation. In fact, it's Stroke Ridge picking up the attack for Australia, and not Stanley as mentioned, Paul Ridge. So Canada looking for 231, looking for a good start, no doubt. So Short Ridge still in operation over number 1. Australia 230 for 8. Might be pleased with the total. They had a good start with a second wicket partnership. Worth 38. Then a third wicket worth 75. Between the Peter O'Reilly and Peter Durrich. First over completed. Canada looking for 231 for 45 overs. None for none. Australia, of course, batting first at the invitation of Canada. Then they would have closed off proceedings at 230 for 8 at the expiration of the 45 overs. Peter O'Reilly with 80. Peter Durrich with 38. Paul Clark with 27. Picking up the wickets for Canada, Munda Rirali Lombawala 2 for 30 from 5. Stanley Paul 2 for 44 from 9. Wicket falling at 1 for 5, 2 for 48, 3 for 131, 4 for 135. There was a little bit of wobble there from the Australian in the latter part of the stage of the game. Haven't really capitalized on the foundation laid by Peter O'Reilly with 30, with 80. Batted beautifully. Eventually the top score for the visitors. So Canada looking for 231. They started off with Arun Taplu and Ishrat Ansari. Yes, good bowling here, good stuff from Pat Harry. outside the line of the off stump. Left arm bowler Pat Henry getting the movement, so he's been very probing with his force over. Outside the line of the off stump, he has got a slip. Wideish third man, backward point, cover point, extra cover. Mid-off. Very populated offside field for Pat Henry. Canada is yet off the mark over number 2. Arun Taplu and Ishrat Ansarai. The openers for the North America team. And they are on their way. Nicely tucked away through backward of point there by Taplu. Enabled to take 2 runs. 2 overs have been completed and Canada looking for 231. They are 2 without loss. So Stuart Ridge will continue. Started off with a maiden. So that will help with the encouragement aspect of his bowling. Tall figure. Decent stats. A really good character when it comes to bowling. So he's got an opportunity to make an impression, an early one, if not a late one. Started off well here for Australia, especially with the maiden in defense of 231 from 45 overs. No under real pressure. And I'm sure the captain would have been pleased once they get in excess of 230. Over 60 tournament, a 3-match series between these 2 countries, Canada and Australia. The bilateral series because Canada would have toured Australia early this year. Still windy conditions, still no sunshine here at Dunsville Park in Mississauga, Ontario. But no major threat of rain. Just 1 or 2 patchy dark clouds. This is excellent stuff here from Stuart Ridge. Still to conceded just 1 run. Open with that right arm and left arm combination by the Australians. Yes, seems very strategical. So he's got a slip, short extra cover, short cover, backward point, cover point, a mid-off, short backward square, mid-on, and a short mid-wicket. Everyone is inside the 30-yard circle. And he's running in with this sort of energy. Stuart Ridge, the opening bowler, in tandem with Pat Henry. So Canada showing that sign of struggle at the moment. Not picking up the run. 3 for the loss of no wickets over number 3. And they've got a target of 231 from 45 overs. This is terrific bowling here from Stuart Ridge. Right on target, line and length has been absolutely fantastic. Good pace, good bounce, good carry. Maximizing the use of this pitch. Very, very responsive. With the wind behind his back. Oh, that's a good one. Right through. Hansrat Hansarai brings up another good over there from Stuart Ridge. 3 gone. 3 without loss, Canada. They in response to Australia 230 for 8. Ishrat Ansarai and Arun Taplu started off proceedings here for Canada, and they're looking to get 231 from the maximum 45 overs. Australia 230 for 8. They ended off their innings thanks to Peter O'Reilly with 80, Peter Duderich 38, Paul Clark 27. And Mona Waralali Lombadawa 2 for 30 from 5, Stanley Paul 2 for 44 from his maximum 9 overs. Beautifully bowled again by Pat Henry. Conceded only 2 runs in his 4th over. And with Stuart Ridge bowling excellently well at the other end, encouragement for him. Getting the movement, getting the bunks, and no doubt he will be pleased that the batsman looks like he's struggling. Anshrata Ansarai, Arun Taplu. But this left-right combination for Australia seems like a ploy, seems like a strategy for them. And it's working, it's paying dividends. Right on target again, Pat Henry. Bringing a sense of determination and a sense of positivity in the bowling as well, the Australians. And Hansrai just opened up. Flashing one, not too extravagant, but we pick up 4 runs nevertheless. And he is on to 5. Canada 7 for the loss of no wicket, over number 4 in progress. And the way he started off with that boundary will do a world of good for his confidence. Probably with the realization that it's a pack offside field. A good comeback there from Henry. And well played there from Ishrat Ansari. Yes, nicely guided away again by Ansari. Yeah, another good delivery there from Pat Henry. End of over number 4, Canada replying to Australia 230 for 8, 7 for the loss of 1. And they require run rate 5.46. Might be a competitive total in the context of things. The way Ishrat Ansari and Arun Taplu started off very cautiously. But the important thing for them, and important thing for Canada, is to occupy the crease for the next 15 overs or so. Yes, they will want to get perhaps 56 runs on the board. Stuart Ridge with other ideas, maybe looking to make inroads here for them. Now he's employed a silly point. So more tactical here for Stoatridge. Realizing the fact that Aaron Taplu just coming forward on every ball that he would have faced. Showing the technique, yes, bat and pad close together. So he has got to catch him, a man in a catching position. Slip as well. Yes, I think he's clever enough now that he's bowling to his field. Stoatridge to Aaron Taplu. Right on target, making him play some bounce there. So they are on the attack. The Australians over Canada here. They made 230 for 8 from 45 overs. And their exhibition with the ball so far has been impressive. Conceded only 7 runs in over number 5. Yes, Canada might have come out with a different plan. They're going to play the leisure game for now. Work things around. Be more responsible. Outside the line of off stump. So Stoatridge really mixing up things here. No doubt he's making the batsman thinking a lot. He has got the pace, he has got the movement, he has got the line and length right as well. He's bowling with the kind of precision, the kind of accuracy with the new ball. The sheen is still there. Good delivery again. This is exceptional bowling from Stoatridge, a man with good height as a fast bowler. And he's providing the stuff here for Australia. Any captain would have liked to see that. Yes, he hasn't taken a wicket, but he has been consistently good with the line and length. With a strong wind blowing across here at Dansville Park in Mississauga, Ontario as well. And the only blemish so far, wayward one outside the line of the off stump, wide enough to be called by umpire Suresh Budu, one of the 2 officials for today's encounter. The others being Sami Kumar. The players will have a day off tomorrow, and then things will resume here at Dansville for the penultimate fixture. Yeah, good comeback outside the line of the off stump, and I think Aaron Taplu not too certain, because on this occasion we're just throwing his bat outside the line of the off stump. Excellent over there from Stoatridge. 4 gone, 5 gone, 7 for the loss of no wicket, Canada. So Patari to continue. He's going to bowl to Ishrat Ansari. With the slip, backward point, extra cover, mid-off. Predominantly pack offside field. And he's opened up. Ansari over the top. It goes into long on boundary for 4. Back-to-back boundary here for Ansari. A ball that pitched up right into the arc. And we'd give him the full treatment. Good shot. Handsome batting here from Ansari. And Canada will like to see more of that. The kind of positive stroke play from Ansari. He has been pegged down. He's more confident now, undoubtedly. And Canada looking for 231 from 45 overs. Good comeback there from Pat Henry, the left arm seamer. And he's coming against the will here at Dansville Park in Ontario, Canada. Down the leg side, get an easy single. And the approach by these two batsmen seems as though Ansari going to take most of the strike, because he has shown the kind of positivity, the kind of fluency with those two boundaries. Pat Henry and Stuart Ridge, the two opening bowlers, yes, they have been on spot despite that occasional boundaries. Stuart Ridge in particular, 3 overs for 2 runs. Canada wouldn't be mind because they haven't lost a wicket. Good comeback here again from Pat Henry. This is excellent bowling on a pitch that is deemed responsive. So far, earlier it was very animated. Canada pick up an early wicket. Wicket falling at 1 for 5, 2 for 48, 3 for 31, and then 4 for 173. It was an excellent partnership between top scorer Peter O'Reilly and Peter Durrich, scoring 80 and 30 respectively. 6 gone, 13 for the loss of no wicket. Canada looking for Australia 231 from 45 overs.
Do you know how we can put up some kind of this thing here? We have 2 sheets, 3 sheets there, but it's not staying like
Short Ridge to continue. 65 is the number on his back. Breeze on his back. And the ball in his right arm.
all the guys that was on my team last year. I'm getting notifications.
And he's punching this one straight back past the bowler. This will run away into the boundary for 4. Good shot there from Ishrat Ansari. Open up now against the lively Short Ridge. It was a good shot from him there. Stroked it past the bowler. And it galloped into the boundary for 4. 17 for the loss of no wicket. Canada started to be a bit more flamboyant. And we started to see the sun peeking out here at Dansville Park in Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. Players will be having a day off tomorrow. They will come back on Thursday for the second and penultimate 45 over encounter. And then Friday night, things will conclude in Niagara. Driving oppositely, fall safely out toward extra cover. And able to get 2 more runs. So Ansari looking really compact. Not afraid to play a shot. Anything pitched up, anything in the arc. Just trying to punish it.
Is this too much wind for us to...
A little bit wide. Didn't get full connection. A little bit fumble. The
Yeah, it goes.
batsman will cross for a single.
But because of the wind, I think it's stretching way too much.
So Canada starting their pursuit of 231 from 45 overs. Reasonably well. They've progressed to 19 without loss. Yeah, good bounce and carry there now from Stuart Ridge. Outside the line of the off stump. A little bit of a movement. More encouragement for him because he started off brilliantly despite that one boundary. But he's bowling with a lot of confidence. Encouraged by the pitch. It's just a matter of continuation. Really posing a threat to the Canadians. Down the leg side on this occasion. 7 gone, 20 for the loss of no wicket Canada. They're looking for 231 from 45 overs. But Henry to continue. Left arm seamer. 3 overs. And he would have conceded 10 runs. Stuart Ridge conceded 9 runs from 4 overs. Tidy enough. And he started off well again. Pat Henry. Ishrata Ansari looking really comfortable at the crease. Nothing too rational, nothing too extraordinary. Outside the line of the off stump there from Henry. More with the variations. Stuart Ridge was excellent so far. Was excellent in his 4 overs. With a sense of intimidation, with a sense of hostility. Using the pitch well. Over number 8 in progress, 20 for the loss of no wicket Canada. They're targeting 231 from the allocation of 45 overs.
But they're scoring people though.
Driven formally by Ansari. And will pick up 2 more runs. Timing the ball nicely. It wasn't powerful enough to reach the boundary, but importantly, he found the gap. Just slowing up inside the boundary. But he took 2 comfortable runs. Down the leg side on this occasion. So Australians will no doubt bank on their seamers to do the trick here. plenty of seam bowlers in their attack. This one pulled away nicely by Ansari towards backward square. Running into the boundary for 4. It was short from Henry. And it was Parrish. Through backward square. A diving effort there from Rich. Couldn't get hold of it. And it raced across this lightning fast outfield for 4. 8 gone. 24 for the loss of no wicket Canada. They're looking for 231 from the allotment of 45 overs. But Ansari in particular, with 3 fours from 26 balls, he has got 18. Aaron Taplu, we can safely say he has been forced to play second fiddle. He has been there for 21 balls with just 2 to his name. Rich to continue. .230 for 8 set by the Australians. Peter O'Reilly with 80 led the way. It was a brilliant knock. Peter Doderich supported with 38. Paul Clark 27. Uppishly played there by Taplu. And he's scoring really slow here for Canada. Picked up another single. He has gone on to 3. Ishrat Ansari back in strike. He has got 22. He has been more aggressive. Down the leg side, good keeping there. No harm done there for the bowler. Batsman looking for a wide. Shortridge in his 5th over. Only gone for 16 with an economy rate of 4 runs per over. Outside the line of the off stump. So he's a senior campaigner. Bowling with good pace, good line and length. Getting the movements, getting the ball to shape across the right-hander. Getting it to come back. Right on target. Ansari giving himself some room, just moving away, backing away. Got connection with bottom ball. And he gets a single. So this is intelligent batting here from Ansari. Still with a very attacking feel. A slip, a gully, very short extra cover. Nine gone, 30 for the loss of no wicket Canada. They're looking for 231 from 45 overs against Australia. In this 3-match bilateral series, 45 overs per side. And the force is taking place here at Dunsville Park in Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. Still windy condition, still no sunshine, and still no major threat of rain. The action continues to unfold. Canada has been very watchful since the commencement of their reply. They have set a target of 231 from 45 overs. The Australians no doubt will be looking for a wicket here, looking for a breakthrough, even though these two have been very meticulous, very circumspect. It can turn out to be productive. As the ball getting a bit older, and we might see a change of bowling. Don't think the Australians will continue with Stuart Ridge. Yes, he has been economical. Pat Henry also has been economical, but they haven't got a breakthrough. Ishrat Ansari and Arun Taplu, they continue to bat with patience, with defiance. A great amount of resilience, yes. They have got a total set of 231. Yes, and the first one goes on here for Canada. Arun Taplu, leg before by Pat Henry, and the Australian strike at 31 for 1. And Canada losing their first wicket. Arun Taplu, after a laborious 24 ball 3, walking back to the pavilion, and Canada losing their first wicket at 31. And over number 10, they're looking to get 231 from 45 overs. And Arun Taplu has become the fourth victim via the leg before route. And Australia certainly will be inspired with that departure of Arun Taplu. Canada losing the first wicket, 31 for 1 in over number 10. Raj Sankar, the new batsman for Canada, coming in at number 3. Coming in at this pivotal position, especially in pursuit of a competitive total of 231 set by the men from down under, Australia, in 45 overs. So Raj Sankar would have played for Canada too at the on over 50 cricket. A player would have played inter-county cricket in Guyana, his native country. Show that he has got good form previously with sound technique. And he's off the mark with a single, nicely guided away towards third man. It was a tricky one, 10 gone, 32 for 1 Canada. And they're looking for 231 set by Australia. In his force of 3, bilateral series limited over match here at Dansville Park in Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. Conditions very, very good for cricket, even though it's no brilliant sunshine, no major threat of rain, no dark clouds hovering, and no doubt the Australians and the Canadian players are enjoying it in the middle. From a conditions point of view, and Shortridge will continue. He has been economical. He's going to bowl to the new batsman Raj Sankar. Ansari still there. He's got 24. He lost his opening partner. Are on top blue for just 3 with the score on 31. The target is 231 from 45 overs. And with his temperament, no doubt he's going to try to pick up the single, try to play around, get into thick of things, Raj Sankar, before he opens up. He can be very defiant once he occupies the crease for a long time. And with his other partner, Ishrat Ansari, a little more aggressive. A partnership for the second wicket could put Canada in the driver's seat. Australia on the other side, pretty much well with the ball. A sense of satisfaction so far, especially with the two open bowlers, Shortridge and Pat Henry. Steady stuff here from Shortridge. Started off proceedings. Just rubbing that ball. Shortridge. Getting the bonks, getting the movement. Making the Ansari thinking. Yes, he's trying to give himself room, probably to guide it towards that third man region, that backward point area. Not making contact on the last 2 occasions. His judgment with the bonks seems to be the issue here for him. A little more reading, might be able to get connection with ball. And he's pulling this one out toward deep middle wicket. This is well read though. Came on the front foot and intentionally smacked it through middle wicket for 4. Went offishly. No protection out there. And another boundary there for Ansari. Canada, they've gone up now to 37 for 1 over number 11 in progress. Was a loose ball because it was going down the leg side here from Shortridge. And he was punished. He's coming back with a full toss outside the line of the off stump. And Ansari decide to go cautious with him. 11 gone, 37 for 1 Canada. They're looking for 231 from 45 overs.
$34 overs to 190.
37 for 1, 11 overs have been completed. Canada, they're looking for 231 from 45 overs. Well, they've lost Arun Taplu for 3. Ishrat Ansari, he has batted steadily so far. Got 5 fours, signs of aggression. And Patari to continue. And Ansari is being joined by Rat Sankar. So far, scored 2 runs. Hopefully they can pick up from where Tap 2 would have left off. A partnership of 31. Considerably good so far in the context of things. Better ball there from Henry. Outside the line of the off stump. Good judgment there from Rat Sankar to leave it alone because it's got some bounce in it. Got some movement. With a slip in place. A flashing drive there from Sankar. Outside the line of the off stump. Like a half volley. Made good connection this time. Rod Sankar came on the front foot. He planted it. And it sailed out toward extra cover. 1, 2, 3 bounce into the boundary for 4. This is good batting here from Rod Sankar, the right-hander. And probably trying to replicate Ansari cover drives. A couple of them to pick up 5 fours. Down the leg side. Nicely tickled away by Rod Sankar. And he will pick up 2 more runs. So he started to be more positive now too as well. Because his partner Ansari is more fluent, more elegant, more confident. Pat Henry, the left arm bowler, in his 6th over, got the only wicket to fall for Canada. And this is a better ball, just outside the line of the off stump. Not much Raj Sankar could have done with that, just patting away out toward cover point, protection in that area. There's still a pack offside field, backward point cover, extra cover, a slip, a mid-off, backward point. "12 gone, 44 for 1, Canada, and the target is 231 from 45 overs. So good afternoon to you, wherever you are, picking up the YouTube here, live on Facebook, Cricket Canada Master Council, and the opening encounter between Canada and Australia in this 3-match limited over 60 bilateral series. Canada batting force at the insertion of Canada, and they raked up 230 for 8 at the expiration of 45 overs. Canada, in response, they have reached 44 for 1 of 12 overs. And Rich continuing, getting some bonks, getting some movement. So he's bringing a lot of experience. Played a lot of club cricket, a lot of state cricket in his country, Australia, in New South Wales. And Raj Sankar finding the boundary again. Just able to swat this one over long on. One bounce into the boundary. This is excellent batting here from Rod Sankar since his arrival at the crease. He started to put up a show here along with Ansari. And all of a sudden, they have changed gear, Canada, after a very, very slow start, accumulating only 10 runs in 5 overs. Over number 13 in progress. And have gone on to 48 for 1. Down the leg side. And again, more aggression here from Rod Sankar. Straying down the leg side. Short ridge. Probably a bit exhausted because he's in his 6th over. He wait on the confirmation from the umpire whether the ball gone over the rope or not. Yes, now finally Suraj Buru. Up goes his arm. 6. And 50 up for Canada in 13 overs in fine style. And Rod Sankar, the right-handed batsman from Guyana in South America, making a representation for his North America country here, Canada. With back-to-back boundary off the pace, who started off well. Short ridge. Ball with pace and accuracy at the initial stage. And again, looking to go over the top. This one gone high and hard. And Rod Sankar is a no ball. A chance to run out. No, but he's run out. So all happening here. Rod Sankar, he hasn't been out caught. He has been run out because the ball went up in the air. The fielder at extra cover took the catch. They were celebrating, the Australians. And then they saw no ball called by umpire Rajburu. And he has been run out here, Rod Sankar. Unfortunately, for a quick fire 17. And Canada losing their second wicket, 52 for 2 in over number 13. So the new batsman will have a no ball there. A free hit. Well, a little bit unfortunate there for Rod Sankar. This ball was a best ball there from Shortridge after being struck for 2 boundaries. Just outside the line of the off stump, coming into the bats right-hander. Rod Sankar looking to go over the top. A thick edge, he went up in the air. A fielder took the catch. And it was a no ball, but he didn't realize it. Already give up. And could not reach back in time at the crease. Canada losing their second wicket, 52 for 2 over number 13 in progress against Australia at Dansville Park in Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. The force of 3 fixtures between these two teams, 45 overs per side. And Australia don't mind that they have taken another wicket despite being run out. Raj Sankar has become the second casualty. A little bit unfortunate for him, but fortunate for the Australians. They will be happy. They will be joyful given the fact he started off aggressively. Rod Sankar. 53 for 2. Struck on the pad. Loud appeal goes up. The new batsman. And the captain himself, Mukesh Narula. Coming in first delivery. Very first one. Looking to go across the line. And from our vantage point, it's drifting down the leg side. Good call there from Suraj Buru. and it was a no ball delivery. Well, he's off the mark. Nice fluent shot through middle wicket. They're gone for one, and they will get an easy two. So Mukesh Narula also bringing a wealth of experience. Had played a lot of hardball cricket in Canada, representing various teams in the traditional domestic competitions over the years before his retirement from competitive cricket locally. And again, in similar fashion, and a similar direction for him. This time he got 3, 13 gone, 58 for 2 Canada. They're looking for 231 from 45 overs in this first engagement between Australia and Canada in the 3-match bilateral series, which is set to conclude under lights on Friday in Niagara. They will come back here on Thursday. The action is set to bowl off at 10 o'clock. You might see a change of bowling here for Canada. Pat Henry, 6 overs, no maiden, 25 runs, 1 wicket. He accounted for the first victim, Arun Taplu. Then Rajkumar followed for 17. But Canada will want to see the continued presence of Ishrat Ansari. He has got 28 and he's very positive for the crease. 173 runs required in 32 overs, and when we translate that, 192 balls with 8 wickets standing. A required run rate of 5.41. Going pretty well at the moment despite losing 2 wickets. But like the Australians, they had few partnerships that able them to propel to 231 for 8. Courtesy of Peter O'Reilly with 80, Peter Doderidge with 38, and Paul Clark 27 making a contribution. Especially with these 2 campaigners, Ansari and Narula. The captain himself, Australia, they will want to continue to take wickets at the regular intervals. And Peter Doderidge, the off spinner, no doubt he will want to prove his all-round capability. He has been introduced into the attack at 58 for 2 in the 14th over. He would have scored an excellent 38. But more importantly and vitally from an Australian perspective, he shared a 73-run third wicket partnership with Peter O'Reilly. Not getting the line and length that he might have wanted to start it off with. Wide enough outside the line of the off stump. Plenty of room there for the batsman. Ansari capitalized nicely. Able to dab it away toward backward point for a single. Flatter delivery there from Doderidge. Beaten outside the line of the off stump. We drag him forward. Peter Dudorich, the captain, and Captain Mukesh Narula coming forward, beaten. 14 gone, 60 for 2, Canada. They're looking for 231 from 45 overs.
How many runs now?
We have a double change now. Tim Pelan into the attack. Had a good opening spell between the Stoatridge and Pat Henry. They got 2 wickets. Only conceded 55 runs. Started off well with 2 dot balls. Yeah, right on target. And Ansari not trying to do anything. Nicely driven there by Ansari, but Captain Narula not interested. Had to take it very quick because, yes, the extra cover relatively deep. Good feeling here by the Australians too. Fishing outside the line of the off stump. Ansari. He's got 29. Displaying 1 and 2 excellent shots, which is a demonstration of his confidence. He has been very, very positive. 15 overs have been completed, and Canada looking for 231 from 45 overs. They're 60 for 2. Ishrat Ansari 29, Mukesh Narula, the captain of Canada, has got 6. And Stoatridge with 1 wicket. Pat Henry with 1 wicket. The other being run out. And the drinks cart is on the field. We'll take a break and come back in 5 minutes time for more play in this 3-match bilateral series between Australia and Canada. Canada winning the toss and invited Australia to take first strike. They close off proceedings at 230 for 8 from 45 overs. And in reply, Canada, they have reached 60 for 2 after 15 overs. We'll be back in 2-3 minutes time. Canada 60 for 2 from 15 overs. They're looking for 231 from 45 overs. A target quite competitive in the context of things set by the visitors, Australia. And this over 60, 45 overs affair. Nicely played there by Mukesh Narula, the captain of Canada. So Peter Duderich, the off spinner. Turning out to be a tussle between these two teams now. Is excellent bowling here from Duderich outside the line of the off stump. And he was part of the runs in the Australian innings, contributing 38. Narula just not finding the gaps outside the line of the off stump from Duderich. And with a predominantly packed offside field, yes, this is clever stuff from him. Yes, outside the line of the off stump, and again played out toward backward of point. 16 gone, 60 for 2. Canada, they're looking for 231 from 45 overs. Shortridge to continue. 3 overs, 2 maiden, 1 run, no wicket. And Ansari continues to be positive at the crease with some really tight defense. He's leading things with the runs so far, 29 from 45 balls, 5 fours. Mukesh Narula, the captain, arrived at the crease at the departure of Rat Sankar, and he has scored 6 runs so far from 12 deliveries. He too has been a bit watchful. Nothing too spectacular at the moment from him. Understandably so, because would have arrived at the crease a few moments ago. And the Australians are bowling pretty well. On target with the pace spin combination. Yes, it looks like a strategy, and it's paying dividends for them in defense of that 231 from 45 overs. Canada this is a ball outside the line of the off stump. Thick outside edge there from Ansari, collecting 2 runs. Ball went up in the air towards backward point. There was an element of danger just to the left of that man. Gone past him. Not enough speed on the ball to go to the boundary, but it picked up 2 runs. Yeah, good comeback here from Ridge. Right on target. Ensuring the batsman plays at it. Yes, he got butt on the ball. A little bit of swing in the air. Not so windy in comparison to this morning when things got cracking. It was very, very breezy with a few rainy clouds hovering above the Dansville Park. This is good approach from the Canadian captain, Mukesh Narula. Nudge here and there, picking up the single here and there. But his occupation is important here for Canada. If they could able to get to that 231 set by Australia. Well bowled. Well bowled from short ridge. Outside the line of the off stump. Got some movement, got some bounce. The end of things. And 17 overs have been completed. Canada 66 for 2. And the magic figure 231 from 45 overs.
Just click the back arrow and then continuous. I fixed all the.
Still with some wind here. At the Dansville Park in Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. And the host nation taking on Australia in a 3-match bilateral series. Over 60, 45 overs. Down the track goes Narula. And finding the gap nicely as well. Didn't strike it too hard. Just ease it through that vacant extra cover region. And he added 2 more runs to his name. He's gone on to 833 to Ishrat Ansari. And Canada just cruising along here now. 68 for 2. Shorter ball there from Dudder Rich. More flight there from Dudder Rich on this occasion. So his variation is quite admirable at the moment. A wonderful opportunity to prove his all-round capability. Displayed wonderful batting ability with 38. Yes, good control, good line and length on the off stump, fractionally short outside the line of the off stump. So he's right in the corridor of the off stump. This is clever bowling here from Peter Dudderich. And Ansari going right across. Good connection. But they only settle for a single. Mukesh Narula, the captain of Canada, comes back into strike. Getting a bit dark here now. Looking a bit more rainy conditions. Yes, down the track goes Narula. 18 gone, 70 for 2 Canada. And in a 45 overs affair, 20 overs will constitute a match. So if the rain does come, which looks like a possibility, probably in 10, 15, 20 minutes time, by then we could be able to complete 2 more overs. So we are destined for a result. And both teams looking to start off on a winning note, on a positive note. 70 for 2 Canada. Duckworth-Lewis system method will come into play. And they're chasing 231 from 45 overs. $161 runs required. 27 overs. When we translate that, 162 balls. So it's almost a ball a run with 8 wickets in hand for Canada. And these two started to build things up, started to rebuild after they would have lost their first 2 wickets inside 50. And Ansari in particular looking solid at the crease. Mukesh Narula, the captain, joined him and playing 1 and 2 attractive strokes as well, which is very indicative that he's in form. And with the captain responsibility, he should be motivated to lead from the front. Australia on the other side of the fence. Yes, they have picked up 2 wickets. They have been economical occasionally. And with pace at Stroke Ridge, getting some movements, getting some bounce, that could add to their motivation. Rich to continue, 70 for 2 Canada, and they in pursuit of 231 for victory. And this one is played out toward backward square. And we'll pick up 2 Ansari. Again, timing the ball nicely. Ishrat Ansari started off proceedings for Canada in reply to that 231. So far, he has tucked away 5 fours from 52 deliveries. Better delivery there from Stroke Ridge. And with conditions not too good at the moment, started from a grey sky to the dark one now. Quite overcast here at Densville Park in Mississauga, Ontario. This one short, didn't get enough bounce, didn't get the elevation Rudge might have looked for initially. And Ansari decided to go on the attacking side, looking to pull it somewhere in that mid-wicket region. Very breezy now. Better delivery. Good comeback there from Ridge. Importantly for Ridge here that he's making Ansari play. Yeah, slow ball, up on the pad. And he's got another breakthrough there. Ansari is questioning him. But umpire Suraj Budu already sent that dreadful finger up. And Canada losing their 3rd wicket, 72 for 3 over number 19 in progress. And the Australians continue to take wickets at regular intervals. And no doubt they will be delighted, especially with the departure of Ishrat Ansari now. It was looking very impressive, scoring 36 from 55 balls, including 5 fours. Started the innings, started the reply for Canada of 231 set by Australians. But Rich, right on target, the fuller ball. Probably deceived by the pace, Ansari coming forward. No bat connection. And he was adjudged leg before. 72 for 3 Canada. They're looking for 231 for 8 from 45 overs. Very much overcast condition here. And after this, just one more over. And it will constitute a game. And we'll have a result. So Farouk Karmanai comes to the crease. His team in a spot of bother. 72 for 3. 90 overs being bowled by Short Ridge. Not only economical, but he has been successful as well. Left this one. And thought at one moment it was going down to the man at mid-on. 19 gone, 73 for 3 Canada. In pursuit of 231 for 1, 31 for 8 set by Australia from 45 overs. Peter Rutherridge to continue. 3 overs for 6 runs with a maiden. Certainly is a reflection of his good skills with the ball. We have seen him with the bat this morning. Not a big turn of the ball, but he's focusing more on his line and length. And this is the kind of approach, especially to 2 new batsmen at the crease. Inviting the batsman to come down the track might be a little more methodical from him as well. His team probably in the driver's seat at the moment, so he has got that motivational aspect in his corner as well. Not conceding much, not trying to experiment. Peter Rutherridge, Farouk Karmanai has been patient, he has been watchful, he has been defensive. And rightly so. Protection in that area. This is fabulous bowling here from Peter Rutherridge. Already made an impact with the bat, scoring 38. Participated in a partnership of 73 runs for the 3rd wicket with Peter O'Reilly, who scored 80. Wonderfully bowled by Peter Rutherridge. To this extremely new batsman, Farouk Karmanai. Make him play, that's the important thing here for Rutherridge. And he can make his mistake, he can do whatever he wants to do at the moment. Yeah, easy as you like, easy as Sunday morning here for Peter Rutherridge. Another good over from him, another maiden. Canada 73 for 3 after 20 overs. First match in this 3-match bilateral series between Canada and Australia. Australia started off the 230 for 8 from 45 overs. And they having Canada at 73 for 3 off 20 overs. Short Rich to continue. And the Canadian captain Mukesh Narula. Well, he has been resilient since his appearance at the crease. Would have seen the dismissal of Ansari, Ishrat Ansari, for well played 35. So they're in the circle, all the fieldsmen for the Australia. So this is quite tactical here from the visitors on a pitch that has been responsive, utilizing every opportunity to create an impression, meaning taking wickets at regular intervals, keeping the batsmen really check at this moment. And this one is a loose ball there from Stotrich. Short right into the arc of Mukesh Narula. Found the gap to perfection through mid-wicket. And just might slack the screws a little there for Canada. Good shot, confident shot from the captain Mukesh Narula. Yeah, nice fluent shot again. More authority in that shot there from Narula. This one pitched up. The previous one was short from Stotrich. Didn't struck it powerfully, Narula. Slow ball there from Stotrich. And the Canada just coasting along here. 153 runs from 145 balls with 7 wickets intact. .21 gone. Canada 78 for 3. Australia made 230 for 8 from 45 overs. Next spinner, Peter Duderich to continue. Bringing a lot of variation into his bowling. Hasn't picked up a wicket, but he has been tight. He has been stingy. Conceding only 6 runs in his 4 overs with the economy rate of 1.50. Very, very impressive. Conditions just maybe favoring the bowlers. A little bit windy, no sunshine. There's some rain clouds swirling at the top there. Yeah, wide enough to be Carmenai looking to pull it somewhere backwards square mid-wicket region. No connection. So the action will continue on Thursday right here at Dansville Park in Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. The two teams will confront each other in that second and penultimate 45 overs affair. The action is set to bowl off at 10 a.m. And then on Friday, they will head down to Niagara. About 2-hour constant drive from the famous city of Toronto. They're right in the vicinity of Toronto here. About 25 minutes drive. No doubt the Australians will be anxious to view the majestical Niagara Falls, breathtaking views. Once you're there, another historical place to be. The Australians will no doubt will visit the CN Tower located in the center of Toronto as well. A little more generous flight here from Peter Duderich. Coming down the track, 22 gone, 80 for the loss of 3. Canada, they're in response to Australia 231 from 45 overs. Then we'll come back next Monday for the start of the four-team competition, limited over as well, 45 overs. It's going to be on the 24th of July. 24th of September to the 25th of September here in Canada. And all under the auspices of Cricket Canada Masters Council. No doubt all these teams will use the event as part of their preparation for next year's World Cup. The Over 60 World Cup to be held in India. Late February into early March. It's going to be a 2-week event. Highly anticipated to be exciting. As we're going to watch some of the world's over 60 cricketers in action. But for now, Canada hosting Australia in this 3-match bilateral series. And so far, it has been intriguing. It has been engrossing. At the commencement of things, Australia might have thought about 250, 260, somewhere in the neighborhood of that. At one stage, they were batting brilliantly with Peter O'Reilly with 80, Peter Doddridge with 38 in a partnership worth 73 for the third wicket. And then Canada fought back wonderfully, picked up 5 wickets in quick succession, leaving the Australians struggling at 200 for 8. It was a splendid bowling effort in the latter part of that innings. The Australians, in defense of that target, came out, bowled pretty well up front. They were very, very frugal, conceding only 11 runs in 7 overs. And Canada Well, they started to match their skills again in the batting department. Australians, they could count themselves on top. Not totally dominating proceedings, but the Canadians are not finding the boundary with any measurable frequency. 23 gone, 82 for 3. Peter Dutteridge to continue. 5 overs, 2 maidens, 8 runs, no wicket. But he has been very tidy, economical, and he's keeping things tight here for Australia. On a pitch that has become very, very responsive, both with the spin base combination. .82 for 3 at the conclusion of the 23rd over, almost at the halfway stage. And in fact, 45 overs, so just crossed the halfway stage. 149 runs needed in 22 overs. And when we break that down, it's going to be 132 balls. And the required run rate gradually starting to stepping up here for Canada at 6.77. Probably, especially with the presence of Captain Mukesh Narula, they might start to think about acceleration. They might start to think about aggression. The Australians, they are very much on top in terms of their bowling and their fielding exhibition. Wide enough this time from Peter Dutteridge. Yes, he's got some turn there, not too enormous, but moving away. Not afraid to give the ball flight, not afraid to turn it. And a wicket or two here for Dutteridge, despite a really elegant innings of 80 from Peter O'Reilly. Might catapult Dutteridge to the Man of the Match award. Yes, good knockdown. Good feeling again here from the Australians. Very known for their fielding ability. And the veterans, they're making an impression there as well. They're making a statement. Loud appeal. Good bowling. Excellent bowling here from Peter Dutteridge. Just 10 runs off his bowling so far in the 6th over. Looking to buy a wicket. Yes, he's got enough purchase in the pitch. With the arm ball, with the leg spin, with the straighter ball, with the slow ball. So he's bringing really great amount of variety into his bowling here. Peter Dutteridge. Down the track goes Mukesh Narula. 24 gone, 85 for 3 Canada. And they, in reply to Australia, 230 from 45 overs. Short ridge continuing from the northern side of the ground here at Densville Park. Still with that darkish sky. And we're just approaching this first day conclusion between Canada and Australia. 144 runs required in 20.5 overs. 7 wickets still standing for Canada. They've got the captain Mukesh Narula on 19, Farouk Karmanai on 5. And hopefully, from a Canadian point of view, they can build on this and able to establish a partnership and put back Canada in a better position. Australia, no doubt, will want to continue with this sort of momentum, with this sort of dynamism in the field as well, bringing a lot of positivity to the game. They set 231 from their location of 45 overs. Yeah, another excellent delivery from short ridge. The seamer picked off from where Palamal would have bowled initially. So the pacers are doing the job for Australia here. I think they might be very, very satisfied. Yes, they've used 2 spinners. And this one pulled away by Karmanai towards backward square was short. A rare loose delivery from short ridge. And Karmanai made good connection this time. Picked it up very early. Get into the right position. And he's picked up 4 runs. Canada will need more of those if he can put up a show for them here in the batting. Down the leg side, so short ridge started to get a bit loosen up here. Started to stray down the leg side. So they get into that 3-figure mark. Canada 94 for 3 over number 25 in progress. 20 overs to go. They will need 137 runs with the remaining 6-7 wickets. It will be interesting to know how they're going to approach it. Cuts back very sharply there from short ridge. A very ferocious appeal from him. Now says umpire Suraj Buru. 25 overs have been completed and Canada 94 for 3 as they in pursuit of Australia. 231 from 45 overs here at Danville Park in Mississauga, Ontario. Peter Ridge to continue, and his 7th over, and immediately picking up a wicket, and the wicket of Farouk Karmanai for 12. And Australia picking up their 4th wicket in the 26th over. This can be very disastrous for Canada, losing their 4th wicket under 100 runs. With the run rate creeping up, the pressure might start to tell. Australia might feel that they are in a more commanding position at the moment, especially with the dismissal of Farouk Carmanine for 12. Mukesh Narula, yes, the captain, is still there, but he hasn't been that flamboyant or belligerent in this limited over version of the game. He has been very calculative with his knock so far. And once he can occupy the crease for another 10-15 overs, he will need a reliable partner. He will need a more aggressive partner. Australia, yes, they want to continue to take wickets rapidly. They want to keep Canada on the back foot, on the back burner. They want to keep Canada out of the contest. And no doubt they will want to keep Canada as a losing unit today. They batted really well to achieve a target seems very formidable in the context of things. 230 for 8 from 45 overs. Led superbly by opening batsman Peter O'Reilly with 80. And he got support from Peter Dutteridge, the man with the wicket ball just now, scoring 38. Paul Clark with 27. And no doubt Stephen Williams comes to the crease for Canada. And he's got to produce something special for them here. If they can surpass that target of 231 set by the visiting combination. And again, Dutteridge keeping the batsman coming forward. This is intelligent bowling from him. Not trying to do anything strange at the moment. And Williams is off his mark. Not a powerful shot, but enough for him to get a single. So Mukesh Narula, the captain of the Canadian side. So more responsibility on him now. He's got 19. Nice stroke from him there, but straight to the field, man. Still with a pack offside field here for the slow bowler, Peter Dutteridge. And this time he found the gap. Mukesh Narula. And it raced across this lightning fast outfield for 4. A welcome boundary here for Canada. And it comes from the bat of the captain himself, who looking to lead from the front. He has gone to 23 and Canada 99 for 4 now. So they just need that stability in the batting order if they can rebuild and regroup and try to get to that target. Australia, they are bowling really well. And the 100 up there for Canada in the 26 over. 26 in fact completed their 100 for the loss of 4 wickets. 131 runs from 114 balls. Now with 6 wickets intact for them. It's still going to be an enormous task for them if they can get to there. Because with another dismissal here can expose the tail ender. Unless there is a long batting lineup here for Canada. Have to wait and see. These two, no doubt, might be harboring the thoughts of finish off things here for them. That's a possibility. But it rests largely on the shoulder of Captain Mukesh Narula. But so far, his innings only contain 2 fours from 33 balls, which is an indication of his patient approach. Nothing too aggressive. So we'll have to step up here. You will have to change gear. And at the same time, we'll have to get a really reliable partner. Australia with a change of bowling again. They will want to continue in this same manner. Not yielding plenty runs. It's a good start here from the left arm spinner. No doubt he will have the inspiration from his preceding bowlers, Richard Johnston. Yes, Mukesh Narula. Just playing out toward extra cover. Protection in that area. A little more flight. A little more offline from Johnston and Mukesh Narula. He has got opportunity to bring it home for them if he can bat until the 45th over. But at the same time, he needs to accumulate or to score faster. Australia might be very pleased with the state of things here for them. Having Canada at 101 for 4 in the 27th over. A drink break is approaching, is looming. Might regroup and re-strategize. So this is good stuff here from Richard Johnston as well. Yes, he's giving the flight. He's tossing up. But Stephen Williams, understandably, he's still new to the crease. So he has been a bit tentative. He has been a bit cautious. And he has been very, very watchful. Just able to be very, very defensive against Williams. First over completed there by Johnston. Just one of it. Canada needing to get 231 for victory from 45 overs. And after 27 overs, they are 101 for 4. 101 for 4 after 27 overs, Canada. And they are in pursuit of 231 set by the Australians, the man with the baggy green caps. And Canada not too in a good position at the moment. They're struggling. They had a good start of 30, but losing wickets at regular intervals have kept them back a little. Just haven't picked up that momentum when it comes to the batting aspect of things here for them. Mukesh Narula, he has got 25 from 36 balls with 2 fours. Stephen Williams just came to the crease. And a change of bowling now. Full toss. And pulled away toward deep mid wicket by Stephen Williams. So very much overcast here at the Dansville Park in Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. Just a sprinkle of spectators. A working day here in the North American country. A little bit of hesitation there. So Ken McGrogan has been introduced into the attack. Another slow bowler here for Australia. Just with that gentle medium pace. Delivering with his right arm. Ken McGrogan. Three different deliveries on a pitch with variable bounces. But he too has a very, very attacking feel. 5 men on the ring on the offside. Backward point, cover, cover, extra cover, mid off. On the leg side, a mid on, shortest mid wicket, backward square, and a wideish mid on. Does seem like a plan here for the Australians. They will want to continue to take wickets. Struck on the pad. Yes, he's out. And Stephen Williams is given out leg before. And Canada losing their 5th wicket in the 20th over. They're looking for 231. And they continue to tutter here now at 104 for 5. And the Australians very much on top. And the captain of the Canadian team, Mukesh Narula, still cannot find a reliable partner, a reliable companion. And Canada losing their 5th wicket, the wicket of Stephen Williams. Leg before the right arm seamer, Ken McGrogan, picking up a wicket in his very first over. So he's not only making a statement, he's making an impression, he's making an impact. He's creating some trouble for the Canadians here at the Dansville Park in Mississauga, Ontario. Right on target, he was going across. Williams missed out completely. And he was given that awful figure. Another wicket goes on Canada, 104 for 5. And the Australians, they're very much pumped up. They're very much enthusiastic in the field. And rightly so. Good piece of feeling from the man at cover point. And the new batsman, Alan D'Souza, was a cracking shot. That would have definitely raced across to the boundary. A good piece of fielding there. Was a shot of confidence. 28 gone, 104 for 5. Canada, they're looking for 231 from 45 overs. Still with a great sky here at Dansville Park in Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. In this first encounter between Canada and Australia. Australia 230 for 8. And Canada tottering in response at 104 for 5. 20 overs have been completed. And the require rate steeping up now at 7.47. 127 runs needed in 17 overs. And Richard Johnson, the left arm orthodox spinner, just keeping things tight here, just keeping things very much in favor of Australia. Deep mid wicket, long on, long off. Short extra cover. Perhaps he's looking to give the ball more flight. And he can induce a big lift there from Alan D'Souza or even Captain Mukesh Narula. Yes, that is the trick here for the Australians. Narula, in fact, came down the track, didn't look in to go over the top, just ease it out toward mid-on to get an easy single. So this is the kind of thing Richard Johnston might be thinking about. Canada, they are more under tremendous pressure here at 105 for 5. 29 overs in progress. And they're facing a target of 231. So they will have to get a partnership here, a big one, that they could able to put up a fight here against the Australians. The bowling has been of high quality here by the Australians. 29 gone, 106 for 5 Canada, and they're looking for 231 from 45 overs. And with drinks break coming up in the 30th over, definitely these two batsmen will have a long dialogue. Definitely the Australians will have conversations about keeping the momentum, keeping things very much in their favor in defense of 231. So we are anticipating a change of gear from the Canadians. Expect them to change gear, expect them to accelerate, expect them to produce some sort of fireworks if they're going to surpass Australia's former table 231 in 45 overs. Mukesh Narula has characterized himself to be patient. And Ken McGrogan not finding that line outside the line of the off stump. Alan D'Souza trying to go over the top at backward square. This is good intention from him. But the ones outside the line of the off stump, not showing that kind of intention. Yeah, right on target there from Ken McGrogan. Just keeping up the steady pace, keeping up the pressure here for the Australians. Might feel that they are in the right position now to take a 1-0 lead in this 3-match series. It will boost their confidence significantly, and psychologically they will go into the next encounter as hot favorite. That's the advantage, no doubt, they will be thinking about at the moment. Canada, they will need to fight back here. They will need to come to the fore. They will need to accelerate. And they will need to accumulate runs at a faster rate. (108 for 5) over number 13 progress. They will take a break in moments. Still with that darkish clouds hovering over this Danville Park in Mississauga, Ontario. Yeah, nicely guided away towards third man. This will run away into the boundary for 4. A welcome one there for the Canadians. 112 for a loss of 5. 30 overs have been completed, and the target is 231 from 45 overs. The players will take a break for some sort of refreshment and come back in 2-3 minutes time here at Dansville Park in Mississauga, Ontario. The first match in the bilateral series between Canada and Australia under the auspices of Cricket Canada Master Council. And we were anticipating a keen contest, but it's turning out to be a one-sided affair, unless something can be more dramatic from a Canadian's point of view. 113 for 5, 30 overs have been completed, 15 to go with 118 runs on the board, 5 wickets standing. We'll take a break and be back in 2 minutes time. Welcome back here at the Dansville's Park in Mississauga. Down the track he goes. Alan D'Souza. And Canada a little more combative in this passage of play. Australia set them a target of 231 from 45 overs. Not really out of reach at the moment, but the way they are approaching the innings doesn't look potentially good for them if they're going to get to 131 from 45 overs. They will need more boundaries on a consistent basis in order to beat Australia here. Probably that's just a speculation, unless they picked up singles and doubles regularly. This is good stuff here from Richard Johnston in his third over. Very, very frugal, very, very economical. And Canada 113 for 5. 31 overs have been completed. And with the required rate keeps going up. 8.14 now. Maybe can put the pressure on them. Will need to get something more productive. 1 or 2 overs and can realign themselves. But we are not seeing the aggression, the belligerence, or the flamboyance from any of the batsmen as yet. Australia, yes, they've picked up wickets occasionally, but at the same time, the bowling hasn't been that expensive. Both the seamers and the slow bowlers. So the plan seems to be well executed. Spin-pace combination, spinners in operation, pacers in operation. $114 for 5 in over number 32. Full toss. A rare one there from Ken McGrogan. The second 6 of the innings. And Mukesh Narula got the distance, got the elevation, and got the result with that mighty 6 over deep backward square. Wonderful shot from him. Picked it up very early and give it the treatment it deserves. Ken McGrogan. Now he has pushed back the man to deep mid-wicket. Gone on the defensive side of things. This is excellent batting here from Mukesh Narula. Next delivery outside the line, the off stump, nicely tucked away for a single. Again, he's not losing his patience here. A sense of deep concentration and with the responsibility as a captain. Well played. He needed that support though. And Alan D'Souza started to play with more fluency, started to play with more positivity. It is very essential that these two can occupy the crease here for Canada in another 4 or 5 overs. Australia, yes, they have picked up wickets at crucial juncture. They have sent back some of the primary batsmen, so they will feel more confident and optimistic of starting off their 3-match series in auspicious manner. Wait and see in another 12 overs or so. They've shown the kind of determination to come out victorious here today. Nicely clipped away towards long leg by the batsman, and they were scampered through for 2. They're thinking about a third. Yes, and they got it quite comfortably. So this is turning out to be a productive over here for Canada. In fact, they got it 10 runs off it. And after 32 overs, Canada 127 for the loss of 5 wickets. So they're just over 100 runs to go. But we need that sort of acceleration. They will need that sort of more runs on the board at a rapid pace, more freely. And no doubt the Australians will want to lose the initiative at this point of the game. They tally up a competitive 230 for 8 from the allotment of 45 overs. Richard Johnston is bringing a variety into the attack as well. So plenty options here for the Australians. Nicely punch out toward backward point there by Alan D'Souza. .128 for 5 over number 33 in progress. And no doubt fans here will want to see something come down to the wires rather than being a lopsided affair. And this pair is staging a recovery. Picking up the odd boundaries, rotating the strike. The communication in the wickets has been admirable as well. And the captain, Mukesh Narula, well, he has got 40 with 3 4s and a 6 from 48 deliveries. A matured knock so far. Yeah, sensible batting. Absolutely sensible batting here from the Canadian captain, Mukesh Narula. Started to gather runs in a more freestyle. Just needs the support from D'Souza. Well, he's getting it. Over backward square for 4. A shot with more convincing, with more conviction. It was short from Richard Johnston. And he spotted it very, very early. Alan D'Souza came across, made good contact, made good connection. And it rolls over the rope for 4. And certainly, from a Canadian point of view, it brings a lot of elation to them with that kind of shot. 33 gone, 133 for 5. And the Australians maybe started to feel a bit more pressure now, thinking that the game is started to pick up some sort of intensity. With 98 runs needed from 72 balls with 5 wickets, this started to go either way, especially with the occupation of Mukesh Narulal, who has got 41 for Canada. So Peter O'Reilly, the captain of the Australian, might start to contemplate on different tactics to separate these two batsmen. They started to look solid as well. And no doubt they will want to carry on here. 12 over, 72 deliveries, 98 runs are still needed. Yeah, another exquisite shot there from Narula on the back foot. Squeeze it out to backward point for 4. The timing was immaculate. Found the gap to perfection. And it just run across this lightning fast outfield for 4. 137 for 5. Yes, a calculated batting here. Just nudging this one out toward backward point. Not much room on this occasion. And the second ball from new bowler David Smith. And as I said, with plenty options here for the Australians. No doubt we will see new bowler in operation. They have gone a little more defensive now, the Australians. 138 for 5 over number 34 in progress. Australia made 230 from 45 overs. And another single there to D'Souza. So he has been very supportive so far. 13 from 21 deliveries with a solitary boundary. Good running again by the captain Narula and D'Souza. There was no hesitation because the man at extra cover was relatively deep. They took off immediately. Good batting, good contest in the middle. And he's going right across his line. Alan D'Souza, quite an unorthodox shot because the ball was drifting outside the line of the off stump. Actually was turning away. David Smith completed the force over, conceded 6 runs. And after 34, Canada 139 for 5, chasing a target of 231 from the allotment of 45 overs in this first match of a 3-match series between these two countries, Canada and Australia. Canada winning the toss and invited the visitors to take first strike. And certainly they were indebted to opening batsman Peter O'Reilly for hitting a delightful 80, turning out to be the top scorer. Contribution of 38 came from Peter Doderich and 27 from Paul Clark. But this man is playing a superb innings so far, the captain of Canada, Mukesh Narula, approaching a half century, just one away. And if he can carry on here for the next 6-7 overs, it might change the complexion of things here. And putting back his team in the driver's seat. Down the track he goes. But straight to the mound and long on. And picking up 2 more runs. So 50 for him. The captain of Canada, Mukesh Narula. And he's marching along here nicely. 51 from 56 deliveries, 4 fours, and an effortless 6. Well played, skipper. Taking up the responsibility, taking up the initiative. So Richard Johnston. Yeah, good comeback there. From the left arm spinner in operation from the northern side of the ground. So we have lost that heavy wind that occurred early this morning. So this is terrific batting here from Captain Mukesh Narula. Achieving a half century, but the job hasn't been completed. Australia, they too, they thought they were in the driving seat 5-6 overs ago. But these two guys have started to rehabilitate the innings with more confidence and more authority. He's looking for a big heave there. Alan D'Souza, no connection on this occasion. So Richard Johnston conceded 14 runs in his 5th over. Yeah, and Alan D'Souza again looking for a big hit. And again, no contact with button ball. 35 gone, 145 for 5 Canada in response to Australia 231 from 45 overs here at the Dansville Park in Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. The force of 3 in this limited over series between these two countries, Australia and Canada. Not a wonderful day for cricket in terms of the conditions. Thankfully, there was no interruption in the early part of the game where we had some drizzle. Completely stopped, but still with a grey sky. So the conditions a bit more pleasant now. And I guess the visitors especially probably enjoying or relishing this little chill at the moment on this hilltop at Dansville Park in Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. Nicely played again by Mukesh Narula. 2 more to the total. 2 more taking off the pressure. 60 balls, 86 runs. Now it has come down to 58 runs, 58 balls, 84 runs, 5 wickets in hand. That's the equation. Fine. This is fine batting. With Australia setting 230, having sent back the cream of the batting, they might have thought that they holding a big advantage, but Canada have fought back well so far. And this is turning out to be a crucial partnership between Captain Mukesh Narula, who has got 54, and Alan D'Souza 13. Yes, the required rate has gone up gradually to 8.54. Both teams looking to come back in Thursday for the second and penultimate encounter with a win. Pull down toward long leg. They will pick up 2 more runs. So Alan D'Souza was a bit scratchy initially, but he's providing great assistance to the more positive and confident and the captain Mukesh Narula. And he's making steady progress from an individual point of view with 55. And you could feel that the Australians might be thinking they are losing it here a bit here. With 57 balls to come, 83 runs required, and 5 wickets intact here for Canada. With the partnership also started to blossom, it started to create an impact. And this has been outstanding knock so far from the captain Mukesh Narula. 36 overs have been completed, and Canada, they are coasting along here. They are cruising and they are fighting. 151 for the loss of 5. So the touring team will persist with the spinner. They will persist with Richard Johnston. He hasn't picked up a wicket, but he has been very, very frugal. He has been very, very economical. And they will want him to make a breakthrough here, because this partnership turning out to be promising, turning out to be ominous. Excellent batting here from Mukesh Narula. Even though he would have achieved a half century, he's still batting with that responsibility. Alan D'Souza has been very, very supportive. And again, he's looking to go over the top, probably sensing that sort of acceleration. And he has shown inclination to go over the top. Yes, Richard Johnston has been very, very penetrative with his line and length. Yeah, nicely played. Out toward extra cover. Into the boundary it goes for 4. This is fine batting here from the captain Mukesh Narula. And he started to pick up the momentum here back for Canada. And Australia might think they are starting to lose their way out as well. But the batting onus is on Mukesh Narula, and he's coming to the fore. He's coming to the party. And he's coming well here at Dansville Park in Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. In the opening encounter between these two teams in a 3-match bilateral series. Beaten on this occasion. Good comeback here from Richard Johnston. Encouragement for him. He getting the purchase of the pitch. He getting some bounce. And he started to find that effectiveness outside the line of the off stump. Well bowled again there from Richard Johnson. Completed 6 overs, 20 runs. Yet to pick up a wicket. 37 gone. Canada 158 for 5. And they're looking for 231 from 45 overs. Oh, 48 balls to get 73 runs. And 5 wickets standing here for Canada. David Smith to continue from the far end of the ground. From the eastern side of the ground here. Yeah, finding the gap again. Mukesh and Narula into the sixes. And we're certainly heading towards the wires here. Something more intriguing, something more interesting, something more dramatic. And Alan D'Souza, very, very comfortable now at the crease. Was very circumspect when he came in with Canada in a precarious position at 105 for 5. So far they have established a 55-run 6-wicket stand. Good running again by these two batsmen. And the Australians have become a little more defensive because they've got 3 men on the fence. In fact, 4. Yes, D'Souza trying that shot on too many occasions. And he's become the 6th victim of Canada. And Australia strike back after that threatening partnership of 55 runs for the 6th wicket between Captain Mukesh Narula and Alan D'Souza, who departed for 19. And this might be a terrible blow here for Canada, because they're starting to feel the pressure. They're starting to face that required run rate of over 9.30. 69 runs needed in 7.2 overs when we translate that 44 balls. And D'Souza departed. Captain Mukesh Narula will have to continue in the same manner if he can able to pilot his team to victory here today. He has been there for a long time. He has taken up responsibility, and he batted with superb confidence. Australia 230 for 8 from the allotment of 45 overs. And the Canadians, in reply, they are 162 for 6 in the 30th over. So 69 runs required from 43 balls with 4 wickets in hand now. That's the equation. So we've got the new batsman, Eddie Rana. Jayawarndana comes to the crease. And he bowled pretty well for Canada. Jayawarndana coming in with his team in a relatively good position, but still they will need that acceleration. They will need that consistent scoring. Keep ticking over the score, keep rotating the strike, and keep being intimidating to the opposition. And if they could get another partnership, but Australia will want to keep taking wickets. And he opened up with a single. Jayawarndana. 38 overs have been completed, 164 for 6 Canada in response to Australia 231 from 45 overs. So this is an interesting period of play. Very intriguing now, especially with Captain Mukesh Narula still at the crease. With 63 runs, no doubt he will be looking to continue. He hasn't been that prolific, but his accumulation of runs is definitely admirable. Well, the Australians will want to regain the momentum they had earlier. And that partnership might have dented their confidence quite considerably. But that breakthrough and that end of that partnership of 55 between Captain Mukesh Narula and Alan D'Souza can able to trigger back the confidence they had earlier. 41 balls, 68 runs, 4 wickets in hand. And both teams, no doubt, will be looking to start the second game on Thursday right here at Dansville Park in Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. On a positive note, both eager to come out here victorious. They want to initiate the series with a win, whether thrillingly or convincingly. Opportunities for both teams. At the moment, even Steven Mukesh Narula continues to be positive and brings the left-hander Jayawarndana to the crease. 163 for 6, over number 39 in progress. And he picking up 2 runs. Richard Johnston still in operation, still looking for his first wicket. Officially again, Definitely Jaya Wardana will pick up 2 more. So this is steady stuff from him. This is the kind of batting we'll need from him to go on, and if he can able to put up something special here for the hosts. Another single here from the left-hander Jaya Wardana. So since he came in, he's getting on with business. And at this juncture of the game, that is needed. 39 gone, 170 for 6. $169 for 6. 39 overs have been completed. In equation, 62 runs, 36 balls, 4 wickets in hand. David Smith to continue. Over number 40, 45 overs per side. And it's looked really tight here for both teams. Not a single there for Jaya Wardana. Really keeping up the momentum here for Canada. Still a huge axe in the context of things because they've just lost Alan D'Souza, who was looking very good at the crease. So Canada will no doubt continue to hang their hopes high on their captain, their most established batsman, Mukesh Narula. He continues to play positively, he continues to score runs consistently. Importantly, just keeping the required run rate quite decent. So another single to him. $171 for 6 in over number 40. When he came in, they were tottering, but he embraced the challenge. That was the important thing for him. And as a captain, he decided to anchor. He decided to stabilize things. He found a willing ally, D'Souza. The stage of recovery. They had a partnership. And it was able to put Canada back in this fray. Australia, no doubt, will want to keep taking wickets. They've got 4 more to take before they can come out with a victory here. With 32 balls remaining, it's turning out to be intriguing. And that's gone for a mighty 6 there from Mukesh Narula. He has gone on to 73. And he is playing a big role here for Canada. A massive 6 over deep middle wicket. Got the distance, got the elevation, and got the result. 40 gone, 181 for 6 Canada in response to Australia. 231 from 45 overs. And this has been Outstanding performance from the captain himself, leading from the front. Mukesh Narula. Brilliant piece of batting so far. And the Australians maybe started to feel a bit under pressure now. With 50 runs required from 30 balls. They will need to take wickets. And especially they will target Mukesh Narula. 50 runs from 30 balls. Nicely played again there by Jaya Wardana. Immediately handing over the strike to Captain Mukesh Narula. Richard Johnston will have a contest here. This will be a tussle between him and Mukesh Narula. Long off, long on, deep backward square, deep mid wicket. Extra cover, relatively deep, backward point. And down goes the track there for Mukesh Narula. And we get two more. So he started to open up, he started to fire up. He started to bring a sense of acceleration to the innings. He knows his role. Richard Johnston coming back. And again, nicely played by Mukesh Narula. Every ball on the merit. Capitalizing on the loose ones as well. So this is an intelligent batting performance by the Canadian captain Mukesh Narula. It's gone to 75. And if they could score that 47 required, and he's still there, he could probably get to that landmark of a century. So Canada will still need boundaries if they can able to surpass the target of 231 set by Australia. In the 44th over, 185 for 6. Yes, just using his feet. Nice batting here from Captain Mukesh Narula. Excellent batting here from him. He's gone on to 76. Continues to play with confidence. And no doubt he's optimistic of getting his team to victory. To take a lead in this 3-match series. And his ball, Iriri Jayawandara, just looking to go over the top, miscue it completely. He was on target. Richard Johnston picking up his 4th wicket in his 8th over, but might have got it in the right time here for Australia. 7 down now in the 44th over, 187 for 7. Canada. So this might be a little setback for them because 44 runs from 25 balls is still something needed more spectacular from them, especially from the captain Mukesh Narula. Might not want to expose many of the tail-enders. Australia, from their point of view, well, they're in a better position now to take a lead in this series. No doubt they're eager, they're anxious, they're upbeat of taking a lead here. And they're back in an advantageous position. But it's still got Mukesh Narula at the crease. They will keep both eyes on him, no doubt. Because he will come into strike, 41 gone, 187 for 7, 4 overs to go. And when we translate that, 24 legitimate deliveries. So this is excellent batting from Narula.
Overs 40.
44 runs from 4 deliveries, from 24 deliveries. Coming down to the wires. Yes, and it's gone over the top. And in fact, yes, he just cleared the ropes. Another confident shot there from Captain Mukesh Narula. He has gone on to 83, and this is turning out to be an exceptional batting performance from the Canadian captain. 193 for 7 in over number 42, just started there by David Smith. He's playing this one out to long on. Went up in the air. Didn't get enough elevation, not enough distance. Protection in that area. We'll pick up an easy single. 193 for 7. So the Australians might feel a bit tension here. The way Canada have fought back with 23 balls to go, 38 runs needed, a required run rate of 9.91. And this is good batting here from the new batsman, Monawali Lobanwala. Lobanwala immediately off his mark. And we'll get an easy single. .194 for 7. Yeah, down the track he goes, and Australia have got the big fish. The captain, Mukesh Narula. Certainly a splendid knock has come to the end, but really will put back things in favour of Australia with his departure. He has gone for 84, down the track he goes, missed out completely. And David Smith strike. Certainly, in fact, is Peter Doderich comes back into the attack and immediately got the breakthrough that the Australians badly needed. And the prize wicket of Captain Mukesh Narula. He has gone for 84. Was a well-played innings. Innings characterized with his 5 fours and 3 sixes. Wonderful innings from 78 balls. And Australia might feel that they have got things back in favour. 195 for 8 over number 42 in progress. 36 runs required from 20 balls. And Krishna Ramnaresh, the new batsman, comes to the crease. Well, he's more known as a bowler. And Richard Johnston picking up the wicket, getting the breakthrough. And then Peter Doderich back in the attack. 2 for 24 from 7.4 overs. And he has done the trick here for the Australians. at the right time, getting rid of the captain Mukesh Narula. Well played, 84. So run the race to take strike because Narula was stumped. And he's coming forward to the very forced delivery. We'll have to continue with that sort of momentum left by the skipper, Narula. Boundaries, rotating the strike, picking up the doubles. Almost shepherd them to victory, but the responsibility on these two brand new batsmen at the crease. Munawar Ali and run the race over completed, 42 gone, 195 for 8 Canada in reply to Australia 231 from 45 overs. $196 for 8, 42 overs have been completed. We are about to witness the commencement of over number 43. And the Australians will continue with the left-arm orthodox spinner, Richard Johnston. 8 overs, no maiden, 32 runs, 1 wicket. Economy rate of 4.00. And run the race in strike. Lobanwala, he has got 1, run the race 1. They will need to fire up here if Canadian can get to 231. And he's slapping this one out toward extra cover by run the race. Get 2 more. And the equation still stands at 35, 2 wickets in hand, 17 balls. Oh, he's looking to go over the top there, run the race. I think that's the only option for him now. He needs to go over the top. He knows that boundary can get them there, not single. Yes, this is tidy stuff. This is excellent bowling here from Richard Johnston. Encouraging the batsman to come down the track. We get an easy single. So Richard Johnston is 9th and final over. And the Australians believe in their spinners to do the trick. They look like they're going to come out triumphant. Can't score again. More pressure. 43 gone, 198 for 8. 33 runs requires from 12 balls. So it's going to be an enormous ox here for the Canadian, especially with 2 tail-enders at the crease. It's going to be a tough ask for them. 32 runs needed in 2 overs, 12 balls. 6 will do it. But we don't have the prominent batsman at the crease at the moment here for the Canadian. 32 runs from 12 balls, 2 wickets standing. And the Australian will continue with the spinners. Going to see Peter Dudorich made a batting impression, 38, supporting top scorer Peter O'Reilly, who made 80. And run the race with just a single, 31 from 11 balls. So the Australians might feel it's right in their grasp, just a matter of formality. The Canadians will have to do something more splendid here, something more remarkable if they can achieve that 231. Well, he's trying something. Lobanwala pulling this one out to deep middle wicket, protection in that area. Just a single. And they're stroking this one out toward a deep cover boundary. Just adding another single. So 30 runs from 10 balls. $201 for 8. A good flight, tossing up. This is excellent bowling from Peter Dudorich. Already with 2 in the wicket column. Struck on his front foot. Loud appeal goes up. Now it says umpire Sammy Kumar. So 29 runs from 8 deliveries. Huge ask there for the batsman. Run the race facing up to Dudorich. And end of the penultimate over. 44 gone. Canada looking for 231. 202 for 8. And they will need something miraculous if they're going to cross that figure of 231 set by Australia from the allocation of 45 overs. 29 runs from 7 balls. Certainly out of their reach now. The Canadians, especially with the departure of Captain Mukesh Narula, who fashioned his way to a brilliant 84. And they will have a change in bowling because Richard Johnston would have bowled out his 9 overs, conceding 35 runs and pick up a wicket. So 29 runs from 6 balls. And the Australian have shown authority in every aspect of the game. Don't think they will concede 29 runs. And forward comes Run the Race. Just things are a matter of formality. 29 runs from 5 deliveries. And Paul Clark having a bowl. 29 runs from 4 deliveries. Almost impossible now for Canada to take a lead in this 3-match limited over series. They're well on their way, well entrenched of a comfortable victory against the Canadians, who won the toss and inserted them to take first strike. Just a single. 28 from 3 deliveries. 3 deliveries from Paul Clark. Australia 230 for 8 from 45 overs. Down the track goes Labanwala. So 28 runs to get from 2 deliveries. And it's all over here. Australia are closing in on a victory, closing in on a lead in this 3-match one-day series. They will come back on Thursday with everything in their favor. The lead, psychological advantage, outstanding all-round performance. Really capitalize on the opportunity to bat first. Have been invited by the hosts. Reached 230 for 8 from 45 overs, thanks to Peter O'Reilly with 80, Peter Doddridge 38, Paul Clark, who has got the ball, who has been given the responsibility with the last over. Final ball. And that's it. Canada losing by 27 runs. Congratulations to Australia. Winning by 27 runs here at the Dansville Park. Ended in agony at 203 for 8 at the completion of the 45th over in response to Australia 230 for 8. And it's all over here at Dansville Park in Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. The first of 3 matches will come back on Thursday for the second and penultimate game, with Australia taking a lead after a comfortable 28-run victory over the Canadians here at Dansville Park. Paul Clark finished off things, just conceded 1 delivery, but what a performance. They started off well, raking up 230 for 8 from 45 overs, thanks to opener Peter O'Reilly with 107 ball, 86 fours. And he got support from Peter Doddridge 38, 17 extras. And then Canada in reply. There was some fight individually, especially from the captain Mukesh Narula with 84. A innings decorated with 5 fours and 3 sixes. Support come from Ashrat Ansari with 36. Alan D'Souza 19. But the star of the day, Peter O'Reilly with 84 Australia, leading them to victory by 27 runs. My name is Ravindra Mandalal, saying goodbye from Dansville Park for now. Do join us at 10 a.m. on Thursday. Until then, it's goodbye.